Right.
Sorry.
I think the mics Yes, Ms. Taylor.
Commissioner, the first witness today is Mr. Jamal Sheikh.
Yes.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Could you please state your full name for the Commission?
Jamal Sheikh Ahmed.
Your address is known to the Commission. You are the founder of Reflect Forward.
That is correct.
You have prepared a witness statement dated 18 August 2026.
That is right, yes.
I understand you have a minor correction to make to that statement, which is that the date in paragraph 8J should be June 2026 and not March 2026. Is that right?
That is right, yes.
With that correction made, is the witness statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is, yes.
Commissioner, I tender that witness statement with ID stat.899.0033.0015.
Yes, the statement will be admitted.
Mr. Sheikh, you are a Sudanese Australian.
I am.
I understand you migrated to Australia as a skilled migrant after living in Sudan, Kenya, Tanzania, Oman, Turkey and the United Kingdom. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
You have expressed that those experiences informed you about different forms of racism and anti-racism, and these have informed your work.
That is right, yes.
You hold various tertiary qualifications, including a Master of Business Administration from Monash University, a Master of Studies in Social Innovation from the University of Cambridge, and you are currently undertaking a PhD in Sociology at the University of Melbourne, examining how anti-racism and interventions are operationalised across Australian sport. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Since 2019, you have undertaken local, national and international fellowship and professional development programs concerning social innovation and anti-racism. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
You say in your statement that your belief in the potential of sport is grounded in experience, not in an assumption that sport is automatically inclusive. Could you expand on that?
Absolutely. Sports is a microcosm of society, so whatever happens in society happens in sports, and therefore assuming sports is perfect is probably, I think, it's proven to be sort of incorrect because of the fact that, as I said, whatever happens in sports happens in the society. But that also creates a dual responsibility. You know, sports means a lot to Australia and the Australian dialogue, but also in terms of learned behavior and rejecting certain behaviors. Sports is a social fabric that connects Australians at a local level all the way to elite. It means a lot, and therefore the point of around, you know, sports not being inherently inclusive is probably something that should be examined, but probably the potential of sport is what's worth looking at, because as I said, it's a dual responsibility here.
As to that potential at the elite level, you have discussed your experience of a strong sense of national belonging and social cohesion in Australia during the FIFA Women's World Cup soccer semi-final between Australia and England in 2023. Can you describe that experience?
Absolutely, I can. I must say, by then I can't remember if I was Australian just yet or not, but for me it was a very special moment because that sense of national pride and belonging, the Matildas, has united the country, was so powerful. I was here in Sydney on the semi-finals, Australia against England. A lot of things, it was special for us as an organization, but also for the players, for the country. As I said, for those 90 minutes, no one really kind of questioned who's Australian, who's not. Everyone belonged. Everyone supported the 11, 20, whatever players in the pitch. They all represented Australia. There was no division. In my experience, as I said, as someone who was, I guess, becoming Australian, it was a moment I'll never forget because it's a kind of anecdote, but I think it's helpful to mention. I was there at the stadium a couple of minutes before Australia was down 1-0. There was a video and I was talking about the game. Sam Kerr scores the equalizer. The sense of everyone's pride and belonging, that's what I'm referring to. I've never witnessed anything like that in Australia, and it's one of those unteachable lessons, I think, where now it's important to say it's not stop with that. There's structural anti-racism work that is needed in all of it, but I'm saying sports, there's a potential to unite us, and that was an experience I witnessed in Sydney here.
Turning to that anti-racism work you mentioned, I understand you founded One Love Australia, which is a mission-led anti-racism education social enterprise. Is that correct?
That is right, yes.
I understand One Love Australia was developed in response to a gap you identified between the national commitment to belonging and the experiences and public representation of particular communities. Is that correct?
That is right, yes.
In 2019, One Love Australia consulted more than 2,500 Australians about how racism was understood and experienced. What were the results of this consultation at a high level?
Great. So for us, as I said, in 2019, it was a moment where we were focusing on, I must say, just for the clarity, it's African Australian and I'm Sudanese Australian. So that was, I guess, before 2019 where we were at. The insights from the interviewing 2,500 mixed methods, interviews, surveys and others, it was really around understanding what does race and racism means in Australia. Race is socially and historically contested and constructed set of meanings. As a newly recent migrant, I didn't feel like it was the right place for us to kind of start with our assumption, although I have a lived experience here about racism. I will say the main insight from that research was what I felt in 2017 when I migrated to Australia as a recent migrant and all of that, not to minimize it, but it did not start then. It started 65,000 years ago, considering the First Nations voices, all of the things. So basically, I think the main insight here out of this research was, rather than being a community focus, we moved to a mission-led, and the mission-led is anti-racism rather than being focused on the Sudanese Australian or African Australian.
One of the initiatives that One Love Australia did in response to that need you've identified was the Reflect Forward initiative. Could you explain how that initiative came about?
Absolutely. So after the survey, we kind of had an idea about the mission is anti-racism elimination as a social enterprise. The how was not clear, so we understand talking about the topic is not easy, let alone educating racial literacy, and then asking people to take action. That's almost like a compounded level of work that's needed. So we were at a point where we were trying to understand what's the how. Is it going to be arts? Is it going to be music? Is it going to be sports? And really, that's not our place. I think, as I say, the people will tell you. So we had different initiatives. The response to sports was evidently clear that it's kind of worth having its own separate initiative, and that was the beginning of Reflect Forward. It is part of One Love Australia, but it's focused on sports, through sports. So the way I say it, it's a racial literacy program that aims to leverage the power of sports and elite athletes to tackle racism by engaging bystanders, elite athletes, role models, real models, and your first responders, basically.
You've addressed why Reflect Forward focuses on sport as a way of addressing anti-racism. You've described previously that sport creates an opportunity but also a responsibility in Australia, and Reflect Forward does not assume that sport is inherently cohesive or anti-racist. Is that correct?
That is right, yes.
I understand that Reflect Forward concentrates on early and practical intervention. What do you mean by this?
So as I said, if our starting point was how can we really help Australians have the conversation about racism, how can we acknowledge racism existent and also have a conversation about what does it really mean, what does racial literacy mean, what does the systemic racism, we throw around these words, but sometimes you need to unpack it and it's not educated publicly, I guess. So really it was starting from how can we have that public educational conversation, but then it moved on into how can we really leverage the power of athletes and sports to kind of have that conversation. We'd done a research in 2021 with Australian National University. It was with the objective of understanding the athletes, how they want to contribute. By now we have an idea of, as an organization, how we want to contribute, but what about the athletes? How do they want to contribute? That was helpful because it gave us an idea about how the athletes want to contribute to the conversation, what is their perception of the problem. One thing that came out of the 2,500 people surveys from our kind of lived experience from the athlete surveys is we need practical early intervention. What can we do in the first minutes? Once we became aware of something in the first seconds, best practice, my Churchill Fellowship also kind of affirmed that it's very important to have an effective early intervention to really be able to talk about prevention and other measures later on. So for us it was like that's the start. We do try to have the conversation. We kind of scaffold on that to build the racial literacy. But ultimately, it's about what can you do in the moment, and then how can you build on that to become even a better role model and real model.
And when you talk about what you do in the moment, is that talking about community level sports or at all levels of sports?
At different levels, and I think this is where the wickedness of racism kind of, I guess, appears, is there's no one-size-fits-all. So maybe I'll give an example from Australian Sports Commission module, which I probably will talk about at some point later. That was a model to equip community sports, coaches, volunteers, managers, anyone really. It's an online module. What can you do in the moment? That one specifically maybe focusing in the game, because when we talk about community sport, there's so many layers. Is it player on player? Is it spectator on player? Who heard it? Was the referee aware of it? What about the assistant referee? There's a lot of complexity even at a junior level, community level, elite level, but we do talk about multiple levels, and I think this is where Reflect Forward sort of had multiple engagement at different organizations, from elite to community.
While we're on the topic of that online course, I understand that around 730 people have completed that course. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And of the participants who completed the evaluation items, a very high level reported that they felt confident or very confident about responding to an incident of racism after completing it. Yes. Do you know what that percentage was?
Of what, sorry?
Of
the 90%
participants who...
The 90% percentage?
Yes.
So I believe there were 629 people who actually wrote the actions they will take. So I would assume it's maybe at the very least 629, and that's a 90% self-reported confidence of being able to intervene and dealing with it.
And of those roughly 700 people who completed the course, do you have any understanding of what levels of sport or what roles in sport those people have tended to play?
You name it. It's a mix, but there is a survey that kind of asks who they are. So what club or association are you from? What sports are they from? What role or connection to the sports, i.e. formal, parent, volunteer? Have they experienced direct racism in sports? So there's some question to know a bit about them, but it's because it's a national, I think we get mixed responses about who's viewing it and reviewing.
Right, and I understand Reflect Forward has that community level focus, but also that you work with elite athletes. Can you explain this, what you've described as a bottom-up and top-down approach?
Right, so this is where I think it's helpful to have a framework, because looking at it from a macro to a micro or micro to a macro will be helpful. Why do I say that? Is because I've done a fellowship visiting the US, UK and Europe, learning about best practice or good practice when it comes to leveraging the power of sports and elite athletes to empower bystanders and allies to intervene. One of the things I think I learned from that one is there's no one size fits all. So we might start with the FIFA policy. So when I was doing the fellowship, FIFA, there was a global stance against racism, 200 and plus countries, including Australia, mandating intervening, basically a protocol for the game. What happens, the referee stops, suspend, pause and all. But how do you get that to a community level? Let's say Football Australia agrees to it. There's still Football Victoria or Football New South Wales. Then there's the referees, and then you might have a complexity of a junior referee or volunteer. How do you make sure there's awareness of the protocol so really the top down reaches all the way to the bottom up? And now let's go with the opposite. We do get sometimes complaints, feedback around, look, the process is taking forever. There's certain things that can be improved. How can we then take it from a bottom up approach? And that's where athletes can help us as advocates and allies, because they experience the same thing. It's just more validated, I guess. And with there's a responsibility of a role model to maybe help have those conversations at their club, at whatever is the setting. But that's really the bottom up and bottom down approach. It's not one size fits all.
Would you be able to give a few examples of either the bottom up or top down types of workshops or leadership programs that Reflect Forward organises?
Absolutely. So maybe I'll build on the Sports Commission example. So that's an online module. It sits in their learning portal, so it's not with us. But as a governing, they sit in the system basically, so they're able to distribute that. But there's only a limited level of where that conversation can be. Us as a community organization, I think in the next 6 or 8 months, we're meant to train over 150 clubs, 3,000 leaders. We do actually include the course as part of the material. So it's not just an online portal, it's actually for those who maybe don't have tools to how to respond, the first responders, the early intervention, we're able to connect it in our workshops in different communities. But also, the other example that probably I would give is, then you've got the clubs as well. Different codes, An example I'll give here is probably be football. Two Melbourne A-League, the only two Melbourne A-League football clubs, Melbourne City and Melbourne Victory. Since last year, we've been working together on how do we promote this to basically leverage the power of football to teach about anti-racism. So it's a football-based education. It's the same thing. It's the power of sports, because if we want to kind of get it from the macro to the micro, we need clubs, we need community organizations, we need advocates, and I think that's really the role that we play, is kind of connecting those two.
On that example, I understand that Reflect Forward, together with the Professional Footballers Australia Association and those two Melbourne clubs you've mentioned, launched a Victorian government-funded local anti-racism initiatives program. Could you explain to the Commissioner what that program involves?
Absolutely, and I guess to give context as well, Reflect Forward, when we started, probably one of our initial fundings was from the Victorian government as part of the program called Local Anti-Racism Initiatives. That was probably one of our earliest funding, and it really helped us do the ANU research, the Australian National University research about athletes' perspectives and others. So really, the start of the work at Reflect Forward was Black Lives Matter was going on around the world. There was a lot of debate there around what's going to happen, so I think there was a general will. We received a lot of inquiries about people wanted to collaborate, By then we already made up our mind we want to work in sports, or through sports I should say, sports for good model. Athletes Players Association came on board and like, you know what, that actually will help us, and there's a dual role. So they actually made a case for how this could work. We started the partnership and we went on. Professional Footballers Australia, which is one out of the many Players Association, for the last 6 years they've been committed to the work. And what does that look like? It started with athletes conversations before the World Cup. Some of you might have seen, even recently in the World Cup, the Socceroos did a video about who they are. That's the PFA and the players. And that's exactly the point I'm trying to say. You know, authentic stories from the players, it really can tap into the dialogue. Long story short, I would say Players Association over the last few years helped us with so many things, accessing athletes, informing them, ambassadors, back to the point of 2025, the partnership with Melbourne Victory and Melbourne City. As I said, they're the only two Melbourneian or Victorian clubs. With the state government, we said, well, there could be a reach for us to reach the football fans. And we know that in some of the games we get 10,000, 50, up to 50,000. So it was really around how can we make that connection. The PFA built the trust and made sure that all of that work is possible for us, I guess, the background.
Yes, I understand you've described that those two clubs leveraged their rivalry to communicate that opposition on the field does not justify racial hostility and that anti-racism is a shared responsibility. How did those two clubs come together to demonstrate that?
Many examples. I think, again, taking a step back here, sports is very competitive. So the message here, or the intention was, if we can understand that there's certain things bigger than the code of the sport, athletes can role model that. But at a macro level, what does it look like in Victoria? It was the two clubs coming together, sharing their public platform to reject racism, not a one-off intervention. Community programs, education, a lot of work behind the scene. So that was really it. How did that came about? I think there was a shared understanding of the need for the work. There was a research in, I believe, 2024, Monash University, researchers from Monash University, University of Melbourne and Victoria University, that sort of validates also the need for community sports and racism, basically, for that work to happen.
Another series you have developed is the Courageous Conversations for Change series. Could you tell the Commissioner about that series?
Absolutely. As I said, when we started out, one of the things athletes have told us is, you know, I think most people tell us, even the bystanders, if we ask why I didn't intervene, the most common question we get, I wasn't comfortable or I didn't have the confidence to. So we said there's one way to kind of, I guess, start developing that confidence. Let's practice the conversations. And we can start in a safe space where it could be two teammates that know each other very well. And then we can start sort of build that muscle to able to intervene when it's a stranger or when it's the opposition, respectfully following the code and the protocol and all of it. Courageous Conversation was sort of that back in 2021, I want to say, so 5-6 years ago. But the attempt was, can athletes role model for the public? Despite we're not comfortable, it's an important conversation, we're going to have it publicly. And then for our end, we thought we can then leverage on that courage to really, everyone feels the same feeling, even athletes, but they're still having the conversation. And that was the role modeling, I guess, or real modeling point I was trying to make.
Turning then to the concept of social cohesion, which this Royal Commission is looking at. In your statement, you've described that social cohesion should not mean asking people who experience racism to remain silent for the sake of harmony. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And how would you approach social cohesion?
Great question. I would say, as an anti-racism education organization, we're trying to have a conversation. It's a public education, public awareness, behavioral change project at the end of the day, if you want to look at it. Having a conversation is very important for us to acknowledge racism existence. 21st of March is International Day of Elimination of Racial Discrimination in around most of the world. I don't want to say all of the world, but in Australia we celebrate it as Harmony Day. Now we have Harmony Week, which is the entire week, and I'm not against the harmony. What I'm trying to say here is, and look, I will take note that some of the government agencies and departments have started to acknowledge International Day of Elimination of Racial Discrimination. But in my mind, I think we need to do more, and that's really the start of it. Because if we can't talk about racism, I think harmony can conceal maybe what's going on. We don't even know what's happening. So in my opinion, acknowledging racism does not create division. No, it's the opposite. It actually creates social cohesion by rejecting racism, but acknowledging that it's not a statement, it's not a window dressing, it's an everyday action. And what does that look like in terms of dismantling the powers and the structures that perpetrate it? So it's a long answer, but sorry.
Addressing that in practical terms with the work that Reflect Forward does, how do you approach social cohesion with that initiative?
Like I said just now, that's a starting point. We're not going to take credit for sort of the work that's been done by organizations, but I would say the same what I just said now, we do say at different organizations of understanding, harmony is important, social cohesion is important, but how do we get there? Racism and anti-racism plays a role. So for us, as an early intervention organization, we talk about it from the point of racial literacy. What does early intervention look like? But practically, if it happens, do you have a contact officer? What does the policy say? Do you have a register? We start asking some questions maybe they're not thinking about. One thing I would just say, so it can end up that point, is it's a developmental approach. So if someone is starting out, we understand what 10 out of 10 looks like, but as the educator, our responsibility to be like, well, this is what better looks like rather than this is what best looks like. It's a safe environment, but obviously we've got to hold them to account, and I think that's what we do quite okay.
You've also said that campaigns, tributes or shared events can create connection and awareness, but that alone is not enough. What else in your view is needed?
A lot. And education is important, so I'm not saying it, but one of the great frameworks that I think I'll just say here is, when it comes to racism, the question I ask is, what is the problem? If you assume the anti-racism intervention is education, probably the assumption here it's an ignorance problem. If it's a compliance, the intervention is compliance, we assume it's a policy regulation. And I think that's really the question, is for your organization, for your context, what is the sort of the biggest gap that you've got? Is it education, policy, regulation, I think we need a bit of all. But if I take it to a macro level from a sports, I think we need independence. Sports is great, sports can do a lot of things, but sports alone cannot do that. And I think that's where we need a lot more than just sports to kind of lead this forward.
What do you see the role of clubs, sporting bodies and players associations in helping, at least at the level of sports?
Yeah, as I said in my earlier answer, they are the middle level between the macro and the micro, between the systems and the community. So a league, they've got access, I don't know, maybe 20 clubs, but each one of them is different states, how many thousands fans. There's identity here, and race, and we know how racism works, identity, institutions, power, structure. So from, as I said earlier, learn behavior, but also kind of reinforce certain things. That's a model of a league. But how does a league work? Maybe they have a working groups, all of the club leaders. Are the club leaders empowered? What does the input look like, resourcing? So I think those are the things we'll probably look at, but clubs, professional clubs, leagues, community organizations, they all play a role in translating the policies into practical outcomes, and vice versa, feedback into hopefully policies, improved policies.
And the athletes themselves, you mentioned earlier that when you're working with, say, an organisation, you take the level that they're at and help educate them to make them a bit better. I understand you take a similar approach with athletes, and you've referred to real models, not role models. What do you mean by that?
So my Churchill Fellowship title was How to Leverage the Power of Sports and Elite Athletes to basically empower bystanders and role models to intervene. As I was doing the Churchill Fellowship, one thing I learned is the title was wrong. Role models, it sounds like it's a role, it's a performance. What we need is authentic leaders who will do the courageous thing, and that's why I'm saying taking a developmental approach is very important. They're going to move at a different pace, but I'll tell you, when they get there, it's out of conviction, and that's what kind of leadership I think we need. So role models is the wrong title. I would like to correct it. It's more of a real model, I think, for the Churchill rather than for the report, because I think that's really what we need. We need real leadership, and it's not a role.
What work does Reflect Forward do when working with individual athletes to help ensure they are an effective real model?
Few things. In my opinion, the why is very important. So we ask the question of, why is this important to you? And to my earlier point, people have different approach. If I ask the athlete, when was the first time you recognized race and racism existed, you're going to get different answers, and that would tell you different starting points. So it's really a question of, why is this important to you? Or a friend of mine, a family, my partner, that, okay, good. What does your contribution looks like? Great. Now, where do you assess you at? So I think taking that awareness, and look, sports do that all the time. Reflect Forward is we're reflecting on our performances to improve our future performances. So it's more of that approach of like, okay, why are we here? One thing I think is very critical to kind of get an understanding of how the work is going to go. The more honest we are about why we're here, the more likely the work, I think, to sustain itself. Therefore, back to my original point, International Day Elimination of Racial Discrimination is very important, because at least it gives us a day in the calendar to proactively talk about it, because in my opinion, we're still reacting.
Thank you, Mr. El-Sheikh. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. El-Sheikh.
No worries
You
at
are
all.
now excused.
Commissioner, I understand the next witness has just stepped out momentarily.
Ah, no problems.
Commissioner, the next witness is Mr. Kevin Nafty.
Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Nafty. Do sit down.
Commissioner, Mr. Nafty will be giving evidence in relation to the power of sports to promote social cohesion, which is a theme we'll be hearing about throughout the course of the day.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Nafty, could you please state your full name?
Yes, Kevin Nafty.
Your address is known to the Commission. You have prepared a witness statement dated 12 August 2026.
That's correct.
Is that witness statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Commissioner, I tender the witness statement with ID stat.899.000.0651_R.
Yes, the statement is admitted.
I also tender the annexure KN1 with doc ID stat.899.0001.0662.
Yes, and the annexure KN1 is also admitted.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Nafty, I understand you grew up in South Africa and moved to Australia when you were around 16 years old.
That's right.
You then moved to Israel in 2007 before returning to Australia in 2024.
Yes, correct.
You are Jewish.
Yes,
I understand you grew up playing a range of sports, is that correct?
that's right.
It was when you moved to Australia that you were introduced to AFL for the first time, is that correct?
Right.
In 2008, when you were living in Israel, your statement describes how you found out about a project launched in Israel involving tryouts for an AFL team in Israel. What was this project?
So this was when I was studying my master's degree in government, specialising in counter-terrorism and conflict resolution, and I'd heard about a project around AFL tryouts. I didn't know much at the time. I just heard it was a bit of footy, and I really missed playing AFL, which was obviously not common in Israel. And so ran to that opportunity to try out for the team, and later discovered that it was a unique project founded by the Peres Center for Peace, which was an organization, a not-for-profit in Israel, founded by the previous president, Shimon Peres, using AFL to bring together Israelis and Palestinians who had never seen or played much of this game, and help them sort of build bridges and build trust with each other using sport, AFL in particular.
So am I correct in understanding that the project was largely funded by philanthropic means through the Perez Centre's resources?
Yes, that's right. So it was mostly private philanthropists, mostly Australian. There was a chapter of Friends of the Perez Centre chapter here in Australia, and they raised most of the funds for that project, and partnered with the Perez Centre in Israel with their resources, as well as a Palestinian not-for-profit as well.
Returning to the tryouts, I understand you were successfully selected to the team.
Yes, so there were a few dual Aussie-Israeli nationals that also participated in that. And yeah, the tryouts were held close to Jerusalem. I remember where there was a bunch of Israelis that had come, mostly athletes, people that had played basketball, football, and Palestinians that came in from the West Bank and East Jerusalem to try out for the team. I remember that first tryout very well. It was quite tense. Most of the players, the Israelis sitting on one side, Palestinians on the other. There was this big screen with AFL playing, and people just watching that and trying to understand what was going on with this sport. It was super interesting introduction to the project.
Could you tell me about how the training sessions progressed? You mentioned that the tryout started with the Israelis and the Palestinians sitting separately. How did that play out throughout the training sessions? Yeah,
so we had a coach, British Israeli coach, funnily enough, who had an Australian wife and loved Australian football. He was a professional sports coach, and a couple of other dual Australian Israeli nationals that were involved also in the coaching. The initial trials just really consisted of skills sessions, all the players playing together, just a bit of ball skills, fitness, so forth, watching actual footage of AFL from Australia just to get familiar with it. Those were the first, I guess, 2 trainings were very similar, and based on really just skills, players were selected to participate in this team. Then gradually the trainings grew more from playing footy itself and learning the skills, but starting to trust one another, getting to know each other. I think footy is great in the sense that it's quite a physical and aggressive sport, but so there was a lot of animosity probably at the beginning between players who didn't really trust each other. But when you're on the field and someone comes and gives you a bump or shepherds you, protects you from getting tackled from another player, you automatically start to develop that trust. And sports is like a universal language in the sense there wasn't much being spoken. I think the coaches would speak maybe Hebrew and English, and it was translated to Arabic. And amongst the players, at the beginning at least, they didn't speak too much, but they all understood the code of sports, if you like.
I understand that there was also a formal dialogue component of the program. How did that work?
Yeah, so that took place probably towards the second half of the trainings. So we trained for roughly 6-7 months before then going to Australia together as the peace team. The formal dialogue started probably in the second half of the trainings in Israel. We had a facilitator, professional facilitator, or 2. I think there was one Israeli, one Palestinian, if I'm not mistaken. And we would go together to some location, most of the time in Israel, all of the time in Israel for security purposes. And we were encouraged to talk about just our personal experiences. So Israelis, for example, would talk about, a lot of them, their experience being in the military, their mandatory army obligations. There were some elite soldiers in that group. There was the Palestinians also spoke about them growing up in the West Bank or East Jerusalem, and maybe their interactions on the other side with the Israeli army. So it was very interesting just to hear and listen to each person's personal experience.
What was the impact of having those difficult conversations with each other?
For me personally, it was a real eye-opener just to hear the other side face to face, and from a human perspective. Very different to what you hear on the news, the political rhetoric in different publications. This was just, talking to someone else that was just like me, more or less the same age, who loved sports, who just wanted to, have the same sort of ambitions in life, had their family, and so it was really a heartwarming experience just to be face to face with people that traditionally obviously didn't trust each other, that kind of like enemies, if you like. But so yeah, this really brought it a lot closer to home, made it a lot more real.
Did the use of professional facilitators help in your view?
It did. I mean, they were there mostly to settle things when they got a bit tense, which didn't happen too much. I think for the most part, people were quite considerate and respectful of hearing other stories. There probably were occasions where then you needed someone just to help everyone take a few deep breaths, settle down, and try and change the perspective a little bit to encourage a more just further conversations.
The peace team, as you've mentioned, travelled to Australia to compete in the 2008 AFL International Cup, which was held in Melbourne. And what was the reception to the peace team in Australia?
It was amazing. We were really treated like VIPs. I remember, I think the Friends of the Paris Centre here in Australia had done an amazing job organising a jam-packed itinerary for the players, as well as actually participating in the event itself, the AFL Cup. We were whisked away to different events, media events, cultural events. I remember very clearly one event with the Sydney Swans here in Sydney, where a group of school kids, Jewish kids and Muslim kids came together, and there were a bunch of professional athletes. I think Adam Goods, ex-Sydney Swans player, was there as well, and it was an amazing experience. Just obviously the kids seeing us as though we were VIPs and doing amazing things. So yeah, it was great.
I understand the peace team also did things such as attending a mosque together. Is that correct?
Yeah. We so I can't remember if it was 2008 or the 2011 project there when we came back. It was Ramadan, the time that we were here in Australia, and so obviously a lot of the Palestinian Muslim players were fasting during the days, and at night after the fast we had organised a few iftars, breaking of the fast, with different Muslim groups across mostly Sydney, I think it was, and Melbourne. We all attended a mosque together, which was very interesting, obviously for a lot of the Israelis, the first time they had been in a mosque. And in the same way, we also attended Sabbath dinners at some local Jewish community, which was really interesting as well for everyone.
You've described in your statement that competing with that team was a real eye-opener for you. In what way was it an eye-opener?
I think for me, my experience growing up, coming from a traditional Jewish background, learning about Israel, being a Zionist myself, I had never met a Palestinian before. The peace team, I had never heard other narratives or been open to exploring other narratives, and the peace team really brought that home for me. It allowed me obviously the opportunity to meet a whole bunch of Palestinians, hearing their stories, getting to know them, playing football with them. In the end, I travelled to the West Bank together with my wife and attended a wedding of one of the Palestinian players, stayed in their homes for a few days in their village, had tea with their family, broke bread. In the end, they also actually came to my wedding in Israel. We became really good friends, and so just really taught me personally that there is always different narratives around such a complex part of the world.
You've also described the peace team as being a demonstration of what is possible when grassroots, bottom-up initiatives are given the chance. Could you expand on that?
Yeah, I think that grassroots initiatives are really essential to building coexistence between different minority groups. The peace team was a perfect example of that. politics alone is not going to change everything. There's different policies and approaches that government may put in, but in the end, what needs to happen alongside that is direct human-to-human, people-to-people programs, whether that involves sports, arts, technology, but there needs to be that part happening in parallel to any top-down policies that are created.
You've described the impact on other people as well, such as the school children you mentioned earlier who attended events held by the peace team. However, you've also expressed the view that a one-off such as the peace team is not alone enough for a meaningful impact. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so the peace team in itself was an amazing program. I think the impact on the players themselves was probably the most profound, and then maybe their families, the community. Here in Australia, the message of coexistence was amplified a lot by the media coverage that we got. The school kids, like you mentioned, that came to these events. But just once off, I think doesn't have the lasting impact that is required by these programs. It needs a sustained, continued effort of education in schools. And I think, as the previous speaker spoke about, the impact of professional athletes that need to be more engaged and be used more in these types of programs on an ongoing basis.
Speaking of that sustained impact, I understand that 3 years after the 2008 peace team, you've mentioned earlier that there was also the 2011 AFL International Cup, to which a peace team was also sent. What was your role in that peace team?
Yeah, so unfortunately I got injured in the previous peace team, and so the next one I came back as head coach, which for me, based on my experience in the first peace team, I realized that actually wasn't the sports that was the main component of the competition, but really being able to shape the perspectives and opinions of the players itself in the peace team. So we came back 3 or 4 years later for the International AFL Cup, which happens every 4 years here, and this time as head coach together with some AFL greats. Dipper, ex-Hawthorn champion, was our other head coach here in Australia. And this was a different role to what I played in the first one, and as I mentioned, it was a lot more meaningful for me this time around.
Were there many of the 2008 members of the peace team who were in this 2011 team?
Yeah, probably around half. So half of the Israelis and half of the Palestinians played again, and then we recruited new players for this one. So we already had some pre-existing relationships which helped a lot and probably sped things along in terms of the dynamics and building that trust between the players.
How did having those pre-existing relationships help with that development of trust?
Yeah, I think I remember at the first trainings when we came, there was already Israelis were hugging Palestinian players that they had known before, and so that immediately broke down a lot of the barriers and tensions with maybe some of the newer players. And so, yeah, that I think just the newer players that's already saw that encouraged them to be more open a lot quicker than maybe what might have been if it was all new players.
And as head coach, how did you maintain neutrality and balance between the Israeli and the Palestinian players?
Yes, that was I guess a sensitive issue. I decided at the beginning to just talk English in terms of the coaching. It was then translated to Hebrew and Arabic in different sessions. Obviously, I was Israeli as well, so I tried to make a real effort to get to know a lot of the Palestinian players. As I mentioned, I traveled to the Palestinian areas, which for most Israelis is pretty hard. They're not allowed to go there, but because I am Australian, I was able to use my Aussie passport and go into a lot of those areas and met their families. Went to a wedding, as I mentioned before. So I really tried to show that, just to be on both sides, spend as much time as possible on the field and outside of the field with all the different players.
Have you stayed in touch with your teammates?
We did stay in touch a little bit after the second peace team, so 2011. It was tough just because with ongoing conflict and instability in the region, there were a number of different flare-ups in the time after the peace team. in 2013, I got married in Israel and actually invited my whole team, including the Palestinians, who we had to get special permission for them to enter Israel. And after that, I left Israel, and again, things escalated across the region. I also remember hearing that one of the Palestinian players, who was actually the captain, he had participated in both the 2008 and 2011 peace team, had been ostracized from his community. His father-in-law had accused him of normalizing with Israelis and forced him to divorce his wife. And he went through a lot of trouble in his community. And I think for myself and for a lot of people, that we kind of lost a lot of hope after that. And then pretty much, since then, have lost a bit of touch with local players.
You described in your statement that loss of hope, and have expressed the view that perhaps sustained institutional support and protection could have assisted. How is that so? It's complicated, I think, in that environment. But I think had we organised more physical get-togethers between the players over the time, that would have definitely helped. I know that in this case specifically with the Palestinian player, we did try as much as we can from an institutional level to help this player as much as we could, whether that was psychologically, financially, and so forth. But there wasn't much we could do in that situation. But yeah, there are obviously certain nuances in that context that are hard to overcome. Yes, I understand that despite those nuances, you continue to think that the peace team is an important example. Why is that?
I think sports in general is a powerful tool to unite people and bring people together. It's a no-brainer for me. I think the peace team for me, it was the first time that I really saw firsthand how sports, in this case AFL, could bring people together, two sworn enemies, if you like, at the beginning, and result in true friendships and really changing people's minds about the other side, changing their perspective, and having an impact personally and throughout the community. And I think it is a great example that could be adopted in Australia. Obviously it's a different context, but it really does give a good example of how sports can play a role in that.
In your statement, you've expressed the view that Australia is, in fact, particularly well suited for sports initiatives such as that. Why do you think Australia is well suited to this?
I think, firstly, sports in Australia is such a huge part of society, of the culture. It's everywhere. So we've already built that infrastructure, the resources from a very young level, school level, all the way to the professional clubs. So it wouldn't be so much as recreating programs, it'd be more just sort of using what we currently have and perhaps adopting it slightly. I really think that professional athletes have a much bigger role to play in social cohesion in Australia. Their words and actions are powerful in both ways, and we've seen examples over the last 6 to 12 months of how they could be how important they are and what the potential is. So I think obviously would require some further research, investigation, and mapping the current ecosystem here in Australia. But really, they have all the pieces in place to create some really powerful programs.
What is your recommendation to the Royal Commission in relation to sports programs? So very similar to what I mentioned before. I think Australia really has a great foundation. Sports are everywhere. Sports clubs exist in most places throughout Australia and all the remote communities as well. We have amazing sports athletes, professional athletes in Australia, and I really think drawing on the peace teams, what it did on a small scale, and seeing how that can be potentially not replicated but adopted here in Australia using the current pieces that we have, clubs, schools, professional athletes. There's a lot that can be done with social cohesion and bringing
allowing different communities, minority communities, to learn more about other communities that they may not have an opportunity to normally.
Commissioner, I propose a brief interlude from the sports topic to ask Mr. Nafty a few questions about education.
Yes, indeed.
Mr. Nafty, in your statement you have included some reflections on education to facilitate social cohesion. Without referring to the name of the preschool, I understand that upon your return to Australia you enrolled your son in an early learning centre which you chose for its educational philosophy and diversity of teaching staff. But then you describe how you discovered only after your son commenced that the school incorporated a Jewish curriculum. Is that right?
That's correct.
Could you explain how, to your understanding, that early learning centre managed to incorporate the Jewish curriculum?
Yeah, so that preschool, as you mentioned, we were drawn to it by the educational philosophy of the school. What was really interesting for us was the diversity of the teaching staff that came from multiple different countries and spoke different languages. My children speak Spanish and English, so for us that was really important. I think a few days after the school started, our son came home singing Hebrew, and only then we discovered that there was a big Jewish part of the curriculum which was taught, even though I think more than 50% of the students were non-Jewish, and it was taught in a way where teaching Jewish values and how they connect and align with Australian values. So, for example, they would teach about Tu B'Av, which in Judaism is the festival of the trees, and aligning that to Australia's environmental policies and what it is all about, protecting our environment. So it was done in a way where it was very in sync and aligned with just general Australian democratic values. They would learn Hebrew songs, and a lot of the time the kids who were obviously 3-4 years old would learn these songs and go home and sing them at home and teach their parents who maybe had no idea about anything related to Judaism, just a little bit about the religion itself.
Well, what is your view on educational models such as that?
Given the what has happened over the last few years here, I think that kind of inclusive model is an amazing concept to roll out in Australia. Obviously it's completely open to anybody, and it has a Jewish curriculum, and there could be models where it has another also curriculum, a Muslim curriculum as well, but really just giving people and kids at an early age an understanding of different cultures and incorporating to song and food and environment, as I mentioned. I think it's a really powerful model.
Thank you, Mr. Nafty. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Yes. Mr. Nafty, just taking you back to the peace team, to your knowledge, were any of the Israeli players subjected to criticism from family or friends for their participation?
Yes, I do believe so. There were some players at the beginning of 2008 that were, might have come from a more religious right-wing background, where their family and friends were more right-wing, and I think they were given a bit of a hard time. And some of them decided out of their own accord not to continue with the peace team because they didn't believe in what they were doing.
Let me ask you this. You mentioned that you are a Zionist. On your understanding of Zionism, is that consistent with the idea that at some stage one could see a settlement between Israel and Palestine with each enjoying self-determination?
I would love to see that. I think nothing would bring me greater joy and happiness than seeing a two-state solution with Israel and Palestine. And yes, I am a Zionist, and I think as a Zionist you can believe in that two-state solution. And Israel exists as a secure and safe country for Jewish people, not only Jewish people but all its inhabitants. And at the same time, how those borders are determined, that I can't give exactly that, but at the same time there is a Palestinian state alongside, and they both are living free next to each other and having more interactions like the peace team.
And from the Palestinian players who you got to know, did you come to believe that it would be possible for Palestinians to live side by side with Israel, accepting the legitimacy of the Israeli state?
I did. I saw glimpses of that, but it felt like for them it was harder. There were more obstacles to go through. It felt like they were sometimes up, they had a physically a wall in front of them, not only physical but just institutional walls that, and as I mentioned before, there was a lot of community pressure, if you like, to and so they were always wary about what their actions were and how they were going to be perceived by people in their community, in their villages. So but there was definitely a will there. I think it just needs more sustained programs and efforts on both sides.
Thank you, Mr. Nafty. Your evidence is appreciated and you are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, the next witness will be giving evidence under a pseudonym, AEB.
Yes. And Ms. Phillips, am I right in understanding that AEB is not to appear on the live stream?
That's correct,
Yes.
Commissioner.
Very well.
Taking the oath of affirmation. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
You're giving evidence today under the pseudonym AEB and your address is known to the Royal Commission. Your image will not be shown on the live feed. You've prepared a witness statement dated the 5th of August 2026.
Yes, I have.
Is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Commissioner, I tender the witness statement together with its annexures AEB 1, 2 and 3, and together they have doc ID stat.899.000.0650_R.
Yes, very well. The statement together with the three annexures will form the one exhibit.
You have a professional background which has included the establishment and operation of programs that use sport and physical activity to engage and develop young people, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you understand that through a mutual connection, Mr. Harry Triggerboff, AO, was made aware of your professional background?
Yes, that's correct.
Around 6 months or so ago now?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it right that Mr. Triggerboff asked to have a meeting with you in January of this year, 2026, and a meeting was then held between the two of you?
Yes, that's correct.
What did you discuss at that meeting?
Mr. Triggerboff indicated to me that his belief was that there had been a growing division between the Muslim and Jewish communities, and he wanted to explore how he could use sport to bridge the gap between those two communities.
And was that with a view as to events that had taken place following the 7th of October 2023?
Yes,
and then more
in the immediate
recently,
aftermath to the...
And more recently following the Bondi attack?
Yes.
And where did your conversation lead in terms of what you might have offered to do?
We discussed that sport has an absolute ability to bring people together. We discussed that we should start with children at a young formative age, focusing on years 3 to year 6. The reason being for that age group is that views are not yet formed in that age group, and we had the opportunity to create experiences for those children that might help form those views, rather than create experiences that come after views have been formed. We discussed that a program should be recurring and not a one-off, in order to ensure that the impact could be repeated on participants in the program, but also extended beyond the initial group of participants, so that the reach of the program could be quite broad. And we discussed the importance of mixing the teams. Having a Jewish team versus a Muslim team might have the opposite effect that he was trying to create. And so we discussed mixing the teams of Jewish and Muslim children playing sport against other Jewish and Muslim children together.
And jumping forward in time, I understand that you developed ultimately an intercultural sports program that had those features that you've just been describing, and you ultimately called it Connection Camp, and that the camp had its inaugural event over the April school holidays of this year. I'll ask you about the camp itself shortly, but are you able to explain, after that initial meeting with Mr. Triggerboff, how you went about seeking to plan and further refine the model for the proposed sports camp that you had discussed with him?
The key component of this camp was bringing the Jewish children together with Muslim children. That involved engaging with the Jewish community, and we engaged with a Jewish sporting group called Maccabi to bring the Jewish children to the program. Mr. Triggerboff organised a meeting with members of the Muslim community, leaders of the Muslim community, representing the mayor and a councillor from Liverpool City Council, representing a representative from the Lebanese Muslim Association, as well as other prominent Muslim Australians. And when we came together, we presented this opportunity to bring two groups together and to use sport as the opportunity to build bridges between the community. The response from both communities was overwhelmingly positive and supportive.
And how did you go about developing the planning phase in terms of finding a venue, finding coaches, finding staff that could assist with the proposed camp?
Mr. Triggerboff has a relationship with the West Tigers Rugby League team, and so we decided that we would use the West Tigers Centre of Excellence as the venue. Having decided that soccer would be the medium, we engaged with Western Sydney Wanderers to provide soccer coaches, and they agreed to do so. We then held weekly planning meetings where we brought the Tigers together with the Wanderers, together with Maccabi, and together with representatives of the Muslim community and Meriton, Mr. Triggerboff's company, to plan and determine the logistics around this program. We met almost weekly between February and April until such time as the camp was held.
And the camp was ultimately organised, and it was held over 2 days during the April school holidays earlier this year in 2026. And I understand that approximately 120 primary school aged children attended. They were between the grades of 3 and 6, as you understand it?
Yeah, that's correct. We had 50 Muslim children register, we had 50 Jewish children register, and we had 20 Christian children register. And we deliberately mixed the teams, as I was describing earlier, so that when these children played together, they could interact and engage with each other.
And are you able to describe how the program over the 2 days of the camp was structured?
There were two critical components of this program. One was the football component, which was on field, kicking the soccer ball around and playing small matches. But the equally important part was what we called the off-field activities. Those were run by two professional facilitators, one from the Muslim community, one from the Jewish community, where they worked with the children to identify the things that the children had in common, rather than identify and focus on the things that kept them apart or were the differences between them. And the programs that these facilitators ran were really icebreaker games in nature. They weren't overt that this person is Muslim and this person is Jewish. They were more focused on questions that the children could unite behind and could find commonality amongst each other from those questions. And so those two components were equal parts of the program throughout the 2 days.
And in that theme of equality and coming together, are you able to comment on what the children wore over the 2 days of the camp?
Yeah, so we called the camp Connection Camp, and it connected on many different levels. We brought rugby league together with soccer through the Wanderers and through West Tigers. We brought three communities together, and we had a t-shirt that read "One Team" over the front. It had the logos of the two sports clubs on it, and we handed that shirt out on the first day, and we encouraged the children to wear that shirt on the second day. And in fact, I should add that after the program had ended, the West Tigers invited the children to form a Guard of Honour at one of the rugby league games that the West Tigers were playing in, and the children wore their t-shirts as they formed the Guard of Honour as the players ran out onto the field.
And I understand that some care was taken when organising the catering for the camp. Would you like to comment on that?
Yes, we wanted to ensure that everyone was united, that there was no group that had to go off to one side to eat halal food or to eat kosher food. And so we organised food that was both kosher and halal together. We sought rabbinic advice. We sought advice from the Muslim community as well around halal. And we were able to provide food that satisfied everybody, and so that there was no separation in any way at any time for anybody participating in this camp.
And you said in your witness statement that the organisers made a deliberate choice not to put the interfaith dimension of the camp front and centre for the children. Are you able to explain why you made that decision?
It was a difficult decision in the formative stages of planning as to whether we position this as an interfaith camp or whether we position this as a sports camp. And we ultimately made the decision that whilst we would present this as a sporting camp as the headline, in the detail of the program, it would be very clear that this was an interfaith camp. We referenced in the marketing material the availability of kosher food and the availability of halal food, and we ensured that the messaging was clear that there was an interfaith element, but that the headline of this camp was a sporting camp first.
And in your statement at paragraph 15, you said that the organisers also wanted the children to look forward to the camp for the camp's own sake. What were some of perhaps the draw cards that were put in place to make things fun for the kids?
So we brought to the camp players from the West Tigers, from the men's team on day 1 and the women's team on day 2. We brought to the camp players from the Western Sydney Wanderers, again from the men's team on day 1 and the women's team on day 2. We organised giveaways for the children at the end of the camp, comprising a Western Sydney Wanderers soccer ball and a West Tigers rugby league ball. But most importantly, through the generosity of Mr. Triggerboff, this camp was free of charge to all participants. We wanted to ensure that there was no reason why somebody would not or could not attend this camp. And so as part of the organisation, we ensured that there was transport from the various sides of Sydney where these groups came from to the West Tigers Centre of Excellence. We ensured that the catering, as I mentioned before, was available to everybody. But the intention was to make sure that everybody could attend and that there was no reason why someone would not attend.
At paragraph 11 of your witness statement, when describing the establishment of Connection Camp, you've said that the premise of the camp is and was a simple one, that if children from different faiths and backgrounds come to know one another, understand one another, and play together at a young age, they are far less likely to carry fear or prejudice into adulthood. Just based on what you were able to observe on the ground with the children and the coaches over the 2 days, are you able to comment on whether you think that premise was realised, at least at that point of inception?
In the planning stages, we worked under the philosophy that let's teach the children so that we don't have to teach the parents. And what we found over the course of the 2 days was that when the children arrived on the first day, there were two very clear groups. There was the Muslim group on the one side and the Jewish group on the other side, and they weren't engaging with each other before the camp began. What I observed by the end of the first day was that that barrier had been broken, that the kids through the on-field and off-field activities had got to know each other, and I started to see them interacting with each other and playing with each other. I observed a Jewish girl and a Muslim girl playing a hand game together during the camp, and I observed a fondness being created between the participants in the camp over the duration of the 2 days. So where our initial premise was that let's use sport to bring kids together of different faiths, we were able to facilitate that, but importantly we were able to see the outcome of that, albeit anecdotal, in that camp.
And you've enclosed with your witness statement a letter that was provided to the Royal Commission. It was signed by Mr. Triggerboff, but it also had the express support of others, including the President of Maccabi Australia, the former Lord Mayor of the City of Parramatta, the Mayor of Liverpool City Council, and the Principal of the Islamic College of Sport. If I could take you to that letter, which is at stat.899.0001.0650_001. The signatories to this letter say within it that we write jointly as leaders from across Australia's diverse communities to express our strong support for initiatives that foster unity, understanding and respect, particularly those delivered through the powerful and unifying platform of sport. The letter goes on to say, at a time when the Royal Commission is examining the challenges of anti-Semitism and broader social cohesion, it is essential not only to document and address incidents of division, but also to highlight practical examples of what is working. And there is then a description of the recent Connection camp. And the letter continues to state, sport has a unique and enduring capacity to transcend difference. It brings people together on an equal footing. Do you agree with those observations insofar as you had participation in planning and then observing the execution of the inaugural Connection camp?
I do agree strongly with that statement. Sport encourages a common goal amongst people in that team. It encourages teamwork. It encourages reliance upon one another. There are values that emanate all the way through sport. Ambition, commitment, dignity, unity. All of these values were present during the day in action, not just in word. And the important part was we were able to see in real time the impact that sport had to break down these barriers between these children. Just observing their interactions from the moment they arrived until the moment that they left was enough to verify that statement. I saw one child arrive on the very first morning who was scared to be there. She was clinging onto her mother's leg, not wanting to be let go. By the end of the camp, she was hugging a girl from the other community that she was from, crying, saying, "I don't want to say goodbye to you, I don't want to leave." I witnessed what 2 days of cohesion in sport can deliver, and on that basis I agree entirely with the sentiments reflected in this letter.
I'd like to ask you about some of the feedback that you have received or that your colleagues involved in organising the camp have received in relation to the event. You've outlined some survey feedback that was received in particular from parents of attending children at paragraph 25 of your witness statement. Can you explain the process of circulating that survey and what feedback was provided by respondents?
So West Tigers sent out a survey to all of the parents that participated in the program. That was because West Tigers collected the registrations, and so they had the contact details for the participants. We only received 24 responses, but of those 24, 22 rated their children's experience as very good or excellent, and all 22 said they were likely or very likely to recommend the camp to others. 21 said that their child would attend again, and importantly, none said that their child would not attend the camp again. Every family that responded considered that the program had a role to play in building and fostering understanding between different communities.
And I understand that being an inaugural event, there were some practical teething issues, if I can describe them as that. For example, a bus that was quite delayed and complicated things. Leaving some of those practicalities inside, do you feel that the conceptual model is sound?
I do. We did have some logistical issues, as would be expected, but the underlying premise holds, and that is sport is a powerful mechanism that can bring people together, especially when they're mixed together, and can do so on a repetitive basis. And so from what I observed, from the behaviour of the participants and from the feedback afterwards, that view seemed to be reflected by the participants as well.
And you've commented in particular, this is at paragraph 28 of your witness statement, on parents that as part of their qualitative feedback, some reported shifts in their children's attitudes as they perceived it. What kinds of shifts did you come to learn about in those children?
Yeah, the children, most of the children, if not all of those children, had never met children from other communities. And so this was the first opportunity that they had to do so. One parent described their child speaking about people coming from different religions, and that it didn't matter what religion people had. What better proof of social cohesion from a youngster can we ask for than that statement coming from a child? Several parents reported that their children had formed a friendship with a child from a different faith or background, and that talks to the impact that this program can have, but the importance of running this program on a regular basis to build upon those bonds, but also give others the opportunity to experience those bonds as well.
And some of the feedback that you've included within your witness statement consists of a letter from a representative of the Muslim schools whose students were amongst the participants. That's at stat.899.0001.0650_0012, and that representative of those schools said in their correspondence that the Connection Camp was exceptionally well received within our school community, and that the program created a valuable opportunity for students to come together through teamwork, shared experiences and meaningful engagement, fostering friendship, confidence and a strong sense of belonging across diverse backgrounds. And that accords with your own reflections.
Yes, and my discussions with the author of that letter. As the author goes on to say, she says, it was truly inspiring to witness how sport can be used as a platform to build bridges and create genuine connections. And I was fortunate enough to be able to see that play out over those 2 days.
Your understanding is that there is presently an intention, supported by Mr. Triggerboff and the various organising partners, to continue Connection Camp and to run it regularly?
Yeah, that's correct. Planning is in play for the next Connection Camp, which will operate in October. The intention is to run approximately 3 of these a year, all funded by Mr. Triguboff. But I should add that programs of this nature, in my opinion, shouldn't rely upon the generosity of business leaders and philanthropists like Mr. Triguboff to fund them. I think that there can be a broader view taken of this program of how to embed this in our society and in our community in a long-term and meaningful manner.
That might take me to the recommendation that you've included, or the proposed recommendation you've included within your witness statement. Drawing on your own experience of organising the first Connection camp and the feedback that you received and the observations that you made on the ground, you've included one recommendation going forward. Can you expand on what that is?
Yes. In my view, over these 2 days, we made significant progress in bringing two disparate communities together, but we did so in a small microcosm. My recommendation is that this program be embedded in the school system, be embedded in the school curriculum, that it doesn't become self-selecting. I would suggest that the people who came to this camp were open to what the camp had to offer, but the importance of this camp must reach beyond that self-selecting community, and embedding it in a school program, ensuring that it is funded appropriately and repeated, would ensure that children of different backgrounds, not just Muslim and Jewish, but the diverse fabric that makes up this country, should have the opportunity to engage with each other and to use sport to do so. I'm not recommending School A play School B in a sports competition. We do that already. I'm suggesting mixing School A and School B into a team, and mixing School B and School C into a team, and playing those teams together on a regular, recurring basis. But start at a young age in primary school and build these views so that they can be entrenched within the DNA of our society. Building this program, in my opinion, coming off the back of the success of Connection Camp, would have a material impact on young people's outlook, on people that are different to them within Australia.
And you see the model as being scalable across a range of communities and also across a range of sports.
Yeah, that's correct. In fact, under Mr. Triguboff's philanthropy, it is intended to expand beyond New South Wales into other states. If my recommendation is endorsed and operated, my recommendation is that it operate right across the country for the benefit of all young Australians.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Commissioner.
Thank you for your evidence, sir. You are now excused.
Thank you.
And I will adjourn for a 15-minute morning tea break.
Commissioner, I
Ms.
call
Agha.
Nicola Skinner.
Yes.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Could you please state your name?
Nicola Skinner.
And you have prepared a statement dated 24 August 2026,
Yes, I have.
and you have a copy of that there with you.
I do.
Is it still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Commissioner, I tender that statement, which is stat.899.000.0691,
Yes, the statement will be admitted.
and I also tender each of the 4 annexures to that statement.
Yes. Well, each of the 4 annexures will be separately admitted.
You are the General Manager, Participation, Community and Business Operations at the National Rugby League.
That is correct.
And in that capacity, you are employed by the Australian Rugby League Commission,
Yes.
which you describe as the single controlling body and administrator of rugby league in Australia. Is that right?
It is.
And it sets the overall strategic direction for the game, as well as providing funding for the game at all levels.
That's right.
And you've been in your current role since June 2025,
Yes.
and prior to that you held various other roles at the NRL.
I did.
Now, in your statement you've noted that in 2025 rugby league was the most watched sport in Australia and New Zealand, with 224.2 million cumulative TV and streaming views and another 4.98 million fans attending live in venue. Is
Yes,
that correct?
that's right.
And in 2026, you've noted the Men's State of Origin series broke the all-time TV and streaming records on the Nine Network.
It did.
And in 2025, you noted that there was record participation in the game with 1.12 million total participants, and that's across all levels down to the community level. Is that right?
Correct.
And so it's fair to say the game has a significant audience and thus a significant platform to drive social change. Would you agree?
Wholeheartedly.
Now I'll come back to some of the ways in which NRL seeks to do that shortly, but first can I ask you how you see the role of sport generally in terms of fostering social cohesion?
Certainly. At all levels, whether it's community or elite, sport plays a really important role in building social cohesion, really at its core by creating shared experiences. So creating moments, again, at community level and at elite level, for people to come together from different backgrounds, different walks of life, different origins. And it's those shared experiences that help them create a common identity. So they then align with or feel strongly about or wrap around a team or a club or a community, whether they be a fan of that club or a player of that club. Those experiences create that identity, which then can create that sense of belonging to something outside of their family or school, something separate. What we see from those experiences is that the more regular they are, so an area of mine is regular participation in rugby league, the more consistently those experiences happen within sport, so take a season of rugby league or multiple seasons, that then we can then start to create opportunities for intercultural understanding. So there's opportunities to communicate, to connect. We absolutely need a lot of people to cooperate to get a weekend of rugby league on the park, and those incidental moments of communication can help to build relationships that might have otherwise not have happened outside of sport. So the knock-on effect of that might be that it breaks down stereotypes or starts to have positive experiences with different people. And I guess if I just close out the role of sport, there's that interpersonal connection that sport provides, but then it's also the opportunity to connect institutions and organisations within a neighbourhood. So the local sporting facility or club becomes a great place for local businesses as sponsors, local councils as supporters, the schools from all of that area to come together, and you start to create connections outside of just the local club and into the broader community as well. Community sport is volunteer driven, so there's also that opportunity to provide a very practical way of contributing to something. And so those local organisations and the people are contributing every week through that regular participation, and that in turn strengthens the sense of belonging.
And can I next ask you about how the Australian Rugby League Commission goes about setting standards of behaviour for all those involved in the game? And you've noted in your statement that one challenge in this respect is, particularly insofar as community rugby league is concerned, that it is largely delivered by volunteers with varying levels of experience, background, understanding of what inclusive behaviour might look like. And how does the ALRC go about setting standards, particularly for volunteers of that kind?
Yeah, it's a very important role that the ARLC plays, and the complexity of it is the consistency, as you mentioned. And so we fundamentally, the ARLC, believe that sporting environments should really actively promote respect, belonging and equitable participation. And there's 4 things that we do within that. The first is very clear behavioural standards, and so that's where you'll find your foundation policies. So there's 4 key policies that the ARLC have built, which is the Code of Conduct, the Member Protection Policy, the Anti-Discrimination and Vilification Framework, and then the Child Safe Behaviour Play Code. Those clear expectations and consequences around racism and discrimination is kind of the first really clear step. The second is that we then recognise that because we are volunteer run at a community level, that the policy isn't enough. We have to enable and support the people on the ground to be really capable and confident. So whether that's coaches, match officials, administrators, or just the everyday parent that's volunteering, we need to ensure that they're capable to model inclusive behaviour themselves, address inappropriate behaviour if it does happen, and then create a positive environment to deter that from occurring. So we're really heavily invested in developing our volunteers. And then the ARLC, separately to that, or in combination I guess, is looking at how do we design our programs, our formats of the game, and the laws of the game fundamentally, to make sure that it recognises different cultures, different abilities, and that there isn't a barrier for participation for anyone. One way that we do that is by ensuring that when we are designing, making decisions, considering changes to the game, that we incorporate people from different cultures and areas to make, whether that be regional or remote as well, is an important consideration, so that we're not designing something that doesn't allow people to participate authentically.
So coming back to the start of your answer where you talked about the various policies that are in place, and could I just test that by reference to an example? So say for example it's a community rugby league game on the weekend, and one player were to make a racist slur against another player.
Yes.
Is that sort of conduct covered by your policies at that community level?
Correct. So that conduct is covered under the Member Protection Policy, which explicitly calls out or prohibits harassment and discrimination. It calls out relevant protected characteristics within that policy, including race, national or ethnic origin, nationality, ethno-religious origin, or religious beliefs or activities. So although anti-Semitism isn't called out as a specific characteristic, those personal characteristics are what is in the policy. And the way that it occurs is the policy is what is used by our partners in the game, and I guess I haven't introduced them to you yet. We work very closely with our 2 state bodies, so New South Wales Rugby League and Queensland Rugby League, to administer the community competitions in the East Coast, and the Australian Rugby League Commission is responsible for that elsewhere in the country. The way that a racial slur would be managed is that it is managed at the level in which the conduct occurred. So if it occurred at a local level, that is where it is first managed. And
do you mean within the local rugby club that's organising the relevant game on the weekend?
That's the starting point. So if I use an example of New South Wales Rugby League, utilising the member protection policy, they have built, and I'm just going to refer to exactly what it's called.
Certainly.
It is called the Racial, Religious and Sexual Vilification Reporting Process. So that is how the national policy gets applied in New South Wales. In that process, the player that heard the racial slur is advised to disclose that immediately to the match official, and the match official is trained to receive that complaint in the moment. They actually pause the game to manage that, and they talk to the player about whether they would like to, at that point in time, make a complaint or action it. And if the player agrees that they do, they then ask them to point out the person in question that made the slur, so that the referee then talks to both of those people and acknowledges that at this point after the game a formal complaint will be lodged. They have some conversation in the meantime, and then plays, when it's safe to do so, restarted. Immediately after the game, it's the match official that lodges that complaint through a formal complaint reporting process. And yes, the initial review of that and support of the complainant is dealt with at that local league level. How that happens is through some very important people called the Member Protection Information Officers. And so every club and association, state and at a national level, as part of the member protection policy, is asked to identify that person who is trained and supported and equipped to be the first point of call for those complaints. And essentially they're an impartial listener. They help to record what occurred. They help to provide support in the moment as they need it, but then also for them to know the correct referral pathway. And there's sort of formal and informal referral pathways, and it's really up to the complainant to decide which way they'd like to go. And the MPIOs, they're volunteers, and usually they have 5 or 6 other hats, so they're very special people that help navigate these. But if they choose to go informal, that is where we have a discussion. There's the opportunity for mediation and apologies and things of that nature. If they choose to go the formal route, that is when there's an investigation, a tribunal, and sanctions can be put in place. And sanctions range from a written apology to a written warning to actual termination and being ineligible to participate in the game.
You've noted earlier that of course having policies is one thing. You need to pair that with education, and you've referred to training being given to match officials and the officers that you've mentioned. How do you go about making participants, so players, families, spectators, aware that these reporting mechanisms are available so that they know how to act in the moment?
It needs to happen at all levels. So all of our policies are publicly available on the main NRL.com website, which is very important. Anyone should be able to see those and view them at any time. They're also available on each subsequent state, and then they are provided as part of the operating manual to each association each year. So if anything was to change, it doesn't happen super often in those policies, but we would then, off the back of those, provide an update. Having it visually available and easily accessible is the first thing. The second thing is then enabling our executive teams, as we call them, so the club committee, your president, your secretary, those people that are in positions of authority within the clubs, enabling them to talk confidently on the policy. So as part of the induction of each of those roles, knowing what environment we're looking to them to create and what they need to be referring their parents to. Separately to that, we have a direct line into every parent. So we have the ability for every registered player to contact them directly. I can't think exactly how we send them those policies, but we have got the ability to do so.
Let's see. And on the topic of policies, you've noted at paragraph 24 of your statement that you've referred to the Sports Integrity Australia's National Integrity Framework, but then you've noted that consistent with other major Australian sports, the ARLC is not part of that framework. Could you just explain why that's the position?
Certainly. We're in a very fortunate position to be a professional sport and to therefore have the size and scale and resources to be able to have our own internal integrity department. That enables us to create our own policies that are very much aligned to the Australian Sports Commission, but we don't need to rely solely on the standard policies that they create.
I see. And one function of that Sports Integrity Australian National Integrity Framework is to provide sort of policy templates of sorts for perhaps those organisations that are less well resourced to adopt. Is that right?
Correct.
I see. But as you've said, you believe that ARLC's policies are aligned to the standards that are set in the Sports Integrity Australia framework.
That is correct, and the only we are endorsed by the Australian Sports Commission to, in addition to being the professional game, we are the national sporting organisation for rugby league, and that provision is only provided on the basis that we have sufficient policies in place.
I see. You've also noted at around about paragraph 39 of your statement that a volunteer capability assessment was recently conducted, which surveyed approximately 2,000 volunteers to better understand the areas in which volunteers feel capable and confident and where they require further support. And that one of the key findings was that responding to difficult situations was an area in which volunteers reported lowest levels of confidence and capability. What is Rugby League doing in that regard to build that confidence?
So off the back of that capability survey, we are building out what we feel is core competencies regardless of the role that you play. Traditionally within sport, we've focused very heavily on role-specific technical skill development, so coaching, match official, administration. What this has shown us is that it doesn't matter what role you're playing, everybody that is volunteering really requires the ability to handle difficult situations, and in some instances that could be an act of racism or a racial slur. So we are completely reviewing both what we provide but also how we provide it. I'm really conscious that we need things to be as easy as possible for our volunteers, and a lengthy policy is not ideal for them when they're on the go on the footy field. So our big focus is let's ensure that everyone, regardless of role, has access to this really important information, and it's not just particular roles. And then we just need to make it easier for them to know exactly what to do in the moment, to feel confident to go about. The policy's there, but they need to feel confident to apply it.
And so you envisaging further training for volunteers in that regard?
Absolutely. So every year we have accreditations and education for all of our volunteer roles, and that's done in a hybrid way. So it's a combination of e-learning modules and face-to-face workshops and virtual sessions. This review that we've undertaken, which the capability survey was part of, it's fundamentally going to revolutionise how we go about training, but that is every year. And what we do each year is focus on the gaps. And that focus on capability is a bit of a shift for us. What are the gaps in capability? Let's just focus on that and help people feel like they've got the support they need.
You go on to describe in your statement from paragraph 44 some of the social cohesion initiatives that Rugby League has been involved in, starting with the In-League In Harmony program. Could you tell us what that program involves?
Certainly. So the ARLC recognises the very important role that rugby league can play in creating positive social change. So that breadth and reach that you mentioned before, those many, many millions of people, it's a responsibility. So we wholeheartedly agree. And these programs are one of the demonstrations of what we do to create that positive change. So rugby league, we know, has a strong connection, particularly with young people. So that's where we focus our time. There's 2 core social impact programs that I mentioned in my statement that I'll refer to briefly in League and Harmony and School to Work. And then there's a series of more major events and campaigns at an elite level. In League and Harmony was designed to essentially help build social cohesion but positive peace building more recently. So it was created in 2014. In 2025, we added a partner to that program called the Institute of Economics and Peace. And through that partnership, we've been able to incorporate, as part of the program, the 8 pillars of positive peace building. So we're really looking to impart this knowledge on the young people, and I'll tell you a little bit about who they are, so that they can become agents of change. Because whilst we have breadth and reach, we can't be there all the time. So our focus is equipping young people. So essentially, students in years 9 and 10 that have been identified by their school as being either at risk of dropping out of school, they're either currently disengaged or at risk of disengaged, or they just really think they could benefit. They put them forward to be part of this program. It runs every term in 6 schools a term with 35 students per school. We have a very strong focus of placing those programs in areas where there is significant cultural diversity, because that is where we're finding a higher prevalence of either disengagement or isolation, essentially, with these young people. So we do 6 weeks in the classroom, and we combine topics wrapped around rugby league to make it fun and interesting, around inclusion, teamwork, belonging, what does that mean, positive peace building. But we very quickly go from the classroom to the footy field, and we teach them how to play league tag.
And these are primarily students in years 9 to 10, is
Correct.
that right?
That's the target. It works really well in that age group. Would we happily extend it to 8 and 11? Absolutely. The transition out to the field takes what is sort of practical and in classroom learning, and they then apply it in real life. Let's play league tag. For many of them, it's the first time they've ever played it. So they're learning the skills of the game, but they're also learning about cooperation and teamwork in that format. And the reason why we do that is because it's much easier for young people to apply those more theoretical concepts to a practical real life experience, but also because at the end of the 6 weeks, we gather the 6 schools, the 35 kids from each school, to come for a Harmony Gala Day. And the Harmony Gala Day is all about putting the league tag into practice. We have a second partner on this program called Moving Forward Together, which is actually, the founder of that is Ernest Freelander, or Ernie as we call him, who is a Holocaust survivor. And one of the initiatives that Ernie created that we incorporate as part of the Harmony Gala Day is a Harmony Walk. And it's a very simple concept, but very powerful. And that is that the 35 students from the 6 schools, before they do anything else, they all do a lap of the field together. And we have a theme song that we play, which they think is fairly cringy, but we think it's quite great. And they go around and they have to mingle and interact with people from different schools, whether that's about the program or who they are. We don't prescribe. And then throughout the Harmony Day, they represent their school in their team, but then we also mix schools. So some of those kids that did the Harmony Walk together will then go and play a game, a mini game of league tag with each other.
Can I ask what the theme song is, or is it a bespoke
Would you
song
believe that actually a staff member of ours wrote it?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Very
And
good.
the kids actually recorded it, which brings me to the next part. We identify some really great young leaders through that program, and this is where we extend it out of the classroom, and we identify what's called peace advocates. And these are 6 people from each of the schools that show real leadership, capability, but also an appetite to have a positive impact in their school community. And we take them and do another day where we focus on positive peace building. So this is where IEP plays a strong role. And we teach them about the little things they can do as individuals and groups to create a more peaceful school environment, to make it actually possible for them. After that day, they start brainstorming a peace project. And the peace project is something that they think would have a good impact in their school. They take it back. They have to corral the other kids, try to get them aligned to their peace project idea and submit a proposal, and then submit it to us for funding. And each term we fund between 3 to 6 peace projects, depending on how the schools go, $1,000 each, and the next term they roll it out. And so this is where they come up with new school songs, where they put an art mural where there was graffiti, where they do like to run another league tag gala day, so some of them will put those on. Other times they'll do a podcast, or they'll purchase something for the school that they didn't have. So whatever it is, we want to fund them all.
And is part of the idea behind that ensuring that the program can reach not just the participants but have an impact beyond the participants to the broader school community?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Those 35 kids we envisage and we hope that we have inspired and motivated and shown it's possible to be an agent of change around social cohesion, but what they leave behind is something in their school.
And how many participants has that program reached so far?
So since 2014, we've had 13,000 participants, which means we've had 61 Harmony Gala days, so that's 61 walks. I think Ernie probably would have been in 20 of those walks. He comes whenever he can. And then 1,200 peace advocates, so 12 young leaders.
And at paragraph 51, you've noted some positive survey results that have been received from students who've participated.
It's really important to ask each term, and we're very open to building and tweaking and changing the program if it's not hitting the mark. So we do ask how do they feel before and after in terms of their level of connection. Do they feel increased capability in both understanding but also leading? So 90% of young people say that they feel more connected within their school community, and then 94% actually feel confident to be a leader when it comes to harmony. So really positive there. We know it drives more impact than what it costs us to deliver. We've done a social return on investment on this program as well, and for every dollar invested, it's equivalent of $5.30 return. So in terms of the impact it's having immediately, but then also down the line, it's very positive.
Could I then ask you about the School to Work program?
So slightly different, but create social cohesion in a different way. This is very focused on supporting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander young people, specifically in years 11 to 12, and it originated from the Closing the Gap concept. But where it's transitioned to is a real need to show young Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people what's possible, and to help connect them with a bigger community than they currently might be within their school or their family. So how we do that is we provide them with a dedicated mentor. So we have 15 project officers that work one-on-one with about 125 kids each, and their regular mentoring, but more importantly taking them outside of the school environment and showing them career pathways, education pathways, connecting them in with their NRL club, which certainly helps build some appetite to get through year 12 and move on into post-secondary, but then also with organisations as well, so they can broaden that exposure. So it's really about ensuring young people feel connected and supported to participate in education and ongoing education and employment, and that is fundamentally underpinned by cultural connection. So if you take everything that I've just mentioned, what underpins that is feeling strongly connected to whether it's their local mob, helping them connect with their families, but also that everything we're doing is under the lens of this is possible for you and possible for all.
And you also mentioned earlier another aspect of fostering social cohesion are the major events that the ARLC organises, which includes the multicultural round, the Indigenous round and the Harmony Cup. Could you tell us a little bit about those?
Certainly. So this is, in addition to the social impact programs, we use these major events to celebrate diversity, fundamentally on the biggest stage when the most eyes are watching, increase understanding. So yes, it's a celebration, but we're always trying to in some way educate or inform through the round as well. And then I mentioned at the start this shared experience. These rounds are a really strong shared experience that rugby league creates. So there's 3, as you mentioned, multicultural round. It started in 2022, so it's the most recent edition. And it really, the initial driver was actually celebrating the extraordinary cultural diversity within the game. So at an elite level and a grassroots level, we are incredibly diverse. And so the round itself was established to celebrate that. It's how we do that is celebrating the cultural heritage. You'll always see a map and all the places where everyone's come from. But we also weave in messages and initiatives to celebrate diversity. So you'll go out to a match in that particular round and you will see traditional dances from multiple countries. You'll have Chinese dragons, you'll have all sorts of things to show live what these various heritages look like that we are celebrating. We're promoting that it is respect for different cultures in that round and that everybody is welcome. So this year we actually commenced, and I think we'll reap the benefits of it next year, a real intent of making it possible for people that would have never normally gotten to a game of rugby league to get to that round. That's the round. If you wouldn't typically be there, come to that one so we can show you the best and be stronger together. The second is Indigenous round, which has been around for a bit longer. It started in 2015, and this is very strongly connected to the School to Work program. Ultimately, it is elevating Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander culture, history, culture, but also the contribution that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have made to rugby league, because it is immense. So we celebrate those stories every round. How we do that is making sure it's front and centre. Think branding, think jerseys, think artists. We work with a couple of different organisations, and our School to Work kids were fortunate enough for 3 or 4 clubs to paint all of their boots with Indigenous art, and so then hand that boot over to the player. So it's seeing it front and centre in every round. In 2025, Indigenous round expanded to 2 weeks. And so what that meant, and the real driver for that, which I think is really exciting for everyone here, is it was actually the clubs asking for it. The NRL clubs, of which there are 17, they would always be desperately waiting for the draw to come out to find out, are we the home team in Indigenous round? And those that weren't were always very disappointed. So by doing it over 2 rounds, it means every club gets to have a home game, they all get to have an Indigenous jersey, and they all get to celebrate this wonderful culture. The last one is Harmony Cup, and it's probably lesser known for people. It's a community rugby league initiative, so less big stage and more community parks. But it's through Heritage Rugby League in New South Wales, Victoria and Western Australia, where community players, people like you and I, are able to represent their country of origin. So they play for their nation, and you start to see an Indian team, a Croatian team playing against a Spanish team, and it's all about Heritage Rugby League make it possible for them. We facilitate through funding, but it's all about celebrating the culture whilst bringing families together and playing rugby league. Ultimately, it's pretty simple. These platforms are really visible, and I'm really proud of what the ARLC does to make sure that it's front and centre.
You then make some recommendations at the end of your statement, some of which you've touched on already in terms of further education, practical scenario-based guidance to help people recognise inappropriate behaviour, as well as developing and empowering trusted local leaders such as coaches, officials and club leaders to model inclusive behaviours, as well as the need for clear and accessible policies. I wanted to ask you in particular about the recommendation at 60D, strengthening connections between rugby league clubs and the schools, community organisations, cultural groups, government agencies and specialist services around them. How do you see those strengthened connections playing out, and why are they important?
They're important to ensure that no one group of volunteers is alone within any particular area. I think we place a significant ask on volunteers to create these environments. So as the ARLC, it's very much around what can we wrap around them so that they are not carrying the full weight of that responsibility to create a positive environment. And so this is when we then need to go to a state and a local level to understand where our clubs are, what do they have access to, what provisions do the local council have, what organisations exist within that area that they can lean on to come into their club and provide some of that support, whether that's for them as volunteers, whether that's experiences for their parents. Those connections is all about ensuring no one feels like they're alone in this, and it has to be local and it has to be regular and tangible for them, and the ARLC has a role to play in that.
Thank you, Ms Skinner. I have no further questions, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Skinner.
My pleasure.
You are now excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner,
Yes, Ms Phillips.
I call Glennice Beauchamp, AO PSM, who'll be giving evidence via the AVL.
Yes. Ms Beauchamp, will you take an oath or make an affirmation?
I will take an affirmation, thank you.
Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Yes, Ms Phillips.
Ms Beauchamp, can I confirm that you can hear and see me?
Yes, when you speak, the camera goes straight to you.
Thank you. You have had a very extensive career in the ACT Public Service and the Australian Public Service across various sectors of government, and you've held responsibilities for a number of significant government programs, is that correct?
Correct.
From 2009 to 2010 you served as Deputy Secretary in the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Yes.
You were then appointed as Secretary of the Department of Regional Australia, Local Government, Arts and Sport, is that right?
Yes.
You were appointed Secretary of the Department of Industry in 2013, serving in that role until 2017, following which you took up the role as Secretary of the Department of Health, which you held until 2020.
That's right, thank you.
And after you retired from that position in early 2020, I understand that you returned to assist the Australian Government in procuring personal protective equipment for the health system during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yes, I did.
You were awarded a Public Service Medal in 2010 for coordinating the Australian Government's support during the 2009 Victorian bushfires. And
yes.
You currently chair the Australian Building Codes Board.
Correct.
You've served on several boards and you remain a non-executive director of the McGrath Foundation.
I do.
And it's with that considerable public service and governance background that in recent times you have aligned yourself with a group of individuals to together advocate for community sport.
Yes.
And that group of individuals under the banner Independent Advocates for Community Sport have made a submission to the Royal Commission. And Commissioner, I might take that opportunity to tender that submission. It has doc ID sub.0001.001.2730.
Yes, the submission will be admitted as an exhibit.
Ms Beauchamp, are you able to give an overview of the respective backgrounds of the members within the group who have made that submission?
Thank you. Yes, I am, and thank you for the opportunity to dial in via audio-visual link. It's much appreciated. Graham Carter started out the group, and he's an OAM, but was also president of the ACT Hockey Association, and quite instrumental, and ended up as president of ACT Sport, which is a peak body over a number of community sporting organisations. He's been, I guess, the key to keeping our little group together and making sure that we don't stop until we see some change and innovation in the community sports system. Mr. Jim Roberts, ASM, has also been a former president of ACT Sport and a former FIFA Futsal World Cup coach. Mr. James Ferguson, AO, was a previous CEO of the Australian Sports Commission. He was working with us until he recently passed away earlier this year. And we've had also been supported by Mr. James Mackay, who's actually implemented models in local communities in a region close to Canberra, getting business and community coming together in order for business to do business with government, have now contributed funding for that particular community in Collector. And we have also Sasha McCann and Mark Neesby also helping out, and someone like, and Sasha's a very good researcher, and Mark Neesby is a value management, value evaluation expert as well. So a bunch of like-minded people with very diverse backgrounds.
And bringing together that diversity of backgrounds, perhaps united through an interest in building community sport. The introduction to the group's submission has said this: our interest in the issue of cohesion stems from our concern over the major challenges of participation, volunteers and facilities confronting sports clubs, and the impact that this has on communities across Australia. Are you able to expand on these identified challenges as your group perceives them?
Yes, thank you. And we did come together following a report by the Australian Sports Foundation in 2023, which highlighted, I guess, the unsustainability of some of the community sporting clubs in Australia. And the report found 24% of the clubs were at risk because of the underlying challenges around participation. It's costly for families with children to participate in playing sport. There's volunteers. The volunteer stream is dwindling. As the population ages, there's not as many young volunteers coming in to community sport. And access to infrastructure is a big issue for community sports. We've seen schools, and quite rightly, close up many of their what used to be public sports infrastructure, whether they be football fields, open cricket fields, basketball stadiums and the like. And I think there is a big issue in terms of access to freely available and accessible sports infrastructure. So there's some of the challenges that are being confronted by many community organisations, and our focus is on sport, probably because of the big participation levels of people in Australia playing sport, but it also relates to many other community organisations.
Are you able to comment on how community sport in particular is seen by the members of your group to have value in addressing polarisation and in building cohesion within and between Australian communities?
Sure. When you look at sport and the number of people playing, and I think we have said based on work that there's 13.5 million adults playing sport, 65% of the Australian population, and 26% via organised community sport. So what do we see in sport? We see people participating, coming together, particularly in teams. We see relationships being formed. We see that sense of belonging and trust, and I think teamwork is an absolute underlying theme of people associated with sports, particularly in those club sports and team sports. It's also that sense of belonging and trust. I think communities see, and we saw and have seen in disasters, and I certainly saw it back in a few years ago, how important sports clubs and sports facilities were to responding to disasters, for example. So the sports facilities are important, and people come together. So kids come together, young adults come together, families come together around sport. So then you have more engagement and cooperation among people. I mean, one of the things I've been listening to throughout all of these hearings is a lot of commentary about people's differences. Sport brings a lot of those differences and diversity together to talk about commonality of being in a team and that sense of belonging. And I think that then results in much stronger, more connected communities through which sport contributes a lot because of its reach. So I think that's the element of what I see as, of what we see as social cohesion, bringing people together, having trust, breaking down some of those barriers to participation.
The submission describes the concept of third places within communities. Are you able to expand on what that concept involves and how it relates to sporting clubs and communities?
At the moment, unless you're a member of a particular club, it's very hard to access sporting facilities. And we saw the concept of third places as being communal places as well. And I think I've recently seen, the federal government provide infrastructure funding for what they call community hubs. So when you look at sports facilities, change rooms, kitchen rooms, for example, bringing people together around cooking and the like, we see those spaces as bringing people together, not just the sporting field or the court. There actually can be provided as a hub for people to come together, and I think that's what the core of that means.
And the submission from the group has observed that many of the pressures that you've just described facing community sports are mirrored across the wider not-for-profit sector. What other areas of community life have you observed being impacted?
I think we've drawn on, obviously, evidence, but our own observations about some of the new requirements around sporting bodies and local sports, particularly around insurance, about professionalism of directors and things on not-for-profit companies, accessibility of children to clubs outside of school. So you see, at the moment, there's quite a big difference between children going to private schools and access to sporting facilities and public schools and access to sporting clubs and facilities. So that's also a barrier for families to participate, and I'm sure it's the same for other than sport. So I think we see the importance of bringing those people together and breaking down some of those barriers. So obviously transport, the cost of living pressures. I think when you look at particularly the number of teenagers, and there is evidence in that report I mentioned of teenagers dropping out of sport, is the impact of social media. We hear a lot about isolation, mental health issues and the like. So there is a lot of what I call social value fabric that's quite fragile, and I think sport has a great opportunity to address some of those issues more broadly.
The group has identified in the submission to the Royal Commission that innovative solutions and new sustainable funding models are urgently needed to meet rising community demand for activities that build social cohesion. And it's against that background of identified need that the group's submission has put forward a proposed model, and I'd like to ask you about that. The model that's been proposed, you've termed it broadly the social cohesion community investment model, is that right?
Correct.
And the model draws on both private and public sector capabilities as well as community capabilities as means that can combine to reinvigorate engagement in community life.
Yes, and could I provide some context to that?
Yes,
because
I understand that there's perhaps at the outset 3 layers to the proposal that you're wishing to share. Would you be able to take us through each of those layers?
Yeah. And already the Commissioner and yourselves have heard some absolutely wonderful things that are happening at the local level in quite a piecemeal approach and really dependent on people and access. What we're proposing is to try and pull all of the great things that are happening together and develop a nationally coordinated national cohesion framework. What are we all aiming for? What are some of the outcomes we would like to see? And I think that then the various definitions of social cohesion in terms of that sense of belonging to a team and the like, I think what we want to achieve, we should all be on the same page about. And I think at the moment, whilst there's some great research done, I think there's very much different interpretations what we're all striving for as a country. So I think if we look at a nationally coordinated national cohesion framework and identifying the outcomes we want, I think that would be good. The second layer that you referred to of the 3 is, well, how do we do that? And what we have looked at is what is probably one of the 2 of the biggest levers. I've mentioned sport participation, but developing a social cohesion community investment model using procurement, the business lever that all levels of government have. And what it does is show the how. So using the procurement model, and I know, and we have mentioned, procurement can be a tick and flick process for tenderers, for people procuring, and sometimes not accessible for community organisations. For example, putting in grants. Those that put in the most articulate grant and are absolutely savvy at putting in a grant are probably the people who are going to get the grant rather than necessarily reflecting need. So I think we need to have a social cohesion community investment model that provides broader access to funding all of the things that we see as the barriers to participation. And so the tool or mechanism, and that's the third layer to do that, is through that procurement. I think the social cohesion investment model is how do we mobilise really government, business and community together rather than individually. And that can happen at the regional and local level. So there are 3 elements to our proposal, and we'd love to see, I think, a joint coming together of governments nationally, jurisdictionally, and obviously local government plays a huge part, but getting them all together at once, the whole 538 would be somewhat cumbersome, but at least getting jurisdictions and the Commonwealth together to agree a framework, understand where we're going, provide that support and guidance in terms of some of the investments that might occur at the local level. And there are, we think, in terms of the complexity around the procurement system, which the Productivity Commission has already commented on, is we don't want to put yet another box to tick. We want to look at combining social value as social cohesion, might be environmental benefits, it might be other climate change benefits and other things into a simplified procurement model. So that's the basis of the model that we've been working on. And I guess we haven't made this up either. We've been looking at what happens overseas, and we looked at the UK Social Value Act of 2012. And I don't know if you want me to continue on or...
So is it right that the third layer of the model that you've just described relating to the way that governments go about undertaking procurement of services, of capital works and the like, that aspect of the model has been informed by experiences that your group has observed over in the United Kingdom?
That's correct. And we are looking at the procurement model to be the lever and the tool to look at sustainability of funding and support for social cohesion initiatives.
And can you explain at a high level your understanding of the features of the UK social value model and how that came about?
It came about, the legislation came about through a private members bill, but what was driving that, I think there was a crisis in youth unemployment and the like. And I think in 2012, the Social Value Act was enacted in the UK to require businesses seeking government funding to consider how they might contribute to improving employment, jobs, skills, local value. In 2020, the UK made it mandatory, not just to consider, but a mandatory requirement of assessment to look at how businesses would contribute to improving, and I'm shortening the term here, social value of their, I guess, opportunity to do business with government. More recently, there's been a change by the UK in looking at the focus of that model on, particularly on skills and employment, but still keeping a mandated 20% of the value of the contract to be put towards, and it could be cash or in kind, to improving that social value. So that's the sort of framework. It's a mandated procurement model. Obviously, there's much that sits behind that in terms of the scope of organisations it would apply to. For example, you do want to encourage local participation. You do want to encourage the use of small, medium enterprises. You do want to look at what levels or hurdle rates should apply to when those mandates come in, and I think the UK uses £1 million and £5 million and steps up the mandatory provision from 10% to 20%. So there's a range of tools and supports that sit behind the procurement model, a bit like the Commonwealth Government has procurement guidelines, and it has a range of procurement guides that sit behind that as well.
And the submission from the group has specifically focused upon a particular iteration of the UK social value model, being that which has been implemented within the City of Manchester. How does the Manchester City Council social value model approach differentiate itself?
And why did we choose Manchester? Because it was about the same size of Canberra, and we're all Canberra-based with a big focus on community sport participation, that sense of belonging here. We have been talking to the Manchester City Council about their procurement model, and they have actually gone beyond the national requirement. They have a 20% social value mandate on their contracts, plus another 10% for zero emissions. And whilst the UK national central government has made some changes as recently as this month, our conversations with Manchester City this last week have indicated they will stay with their 30%, 20% plus 10%, 30% mandated of procurements, and of course apply similar sorts of hurdle rates. And they're looking at measuring, and I think that's the important part of what we're seeing is no one's measuring the value add and what the impact is on many of the fantastic programs that are going on, or indeed a lot of the procurements that happen at the Commonwealth and state level there might be a review of the contract, what we get for the contract, but has there been a proper valuation is what's been the impact on social value with those mandated procurements. So I'm just reiterating that Manchester City is in the process of putting those evaluations together because it's only been in train a year or two.
Can I bring you back to the Australian setting? The group's submission has observed that the total number and value of contracts awarded annually across all levels of government in Australia is not known, but that it's estimated to be something like 250,000 in terms of the total number. And the submission has gone on to indicate that from a federal government perspective, in 2025, that the government awarded around 65,000 contracts with a combined value of something like $98 billion. That's your understanding?
Yes, and my colleagues have been collecting that information in quite a piecemeal way. It's not easily accessible nationally, and what we have found at the national level is the Productivity Commission has done a review as well and looked at the level of procurement that's going on in Australia at the federal and state level, and they haven't included local government level, of which I said there's 538 local governments also procuring goods and services. So the number you spoke about, I think, is the number of contracts rather than the value of the procurement business.
And a number of the members of your group have extensive backgrounds in both government and in business. Are you able to comment on their experiences in relation to existing procurement processes for providing projects or services to government at all levels, and any consistencies or inconsistencies between those processes as across different levels of government?
Well, we as a group have made several observations, but also drawing on our experience. It is very piecemeal, it is very diverse. It is the procurement systems within each level of government are not evaluated collectively, even though requirements are supposed to be considered as part of those procurements, but it is very piecemeal, very, as I think we've said in the submission, tick and flick, and the follow-up is quite minimal. I've found the follow-up in terms of some of the projects I've been involved in, it does take some time to do evaluations and the like, and why is that? Probably because of access to resources to undertake those things when governments are providing trade-offs around all sorts of priorities at that time. But our observations, it is quite piecemeal. It's very different, I think, for a small, medium enterprise or even for a national organisation, having to provide all the information you need to provide to one jurisdiction has got to be provided to all separately, to all three levels of government, for example. And if you're a community organisation, putting in an application, a grant application, can be hundreds of pages of documentation. And as we have mentioned, volunteers and people who head up community organisations, many of them, by the term volunteer, are not getting paid and are not professionals in doing these sorts of things. So it does put a lot of red tape and a big burden on community organisations and businesses putting in applications to do business with government at all three levels. And there have been our observations, and I think there are also observations that have been documented in the recent Productivity Commission report.
And the submission itself includes a table towards the end which draws out some of the differences as between procurement processes in place in the different states and territories and at local government level in Australia.
Yes.
And drawing on the UK social value framework and the existing framework for procurement in Australia that you've identified as piecemeal, The group has identified an area of opportunity which would see social value outcomes embedded in a formal way into government procurement processes across the board. Is that right, broadly?
That's correct, yes.
And you've suggested drawing on the UK experience and the underlying logic of that model, but Australianising it. And perhaps it's self-evident, but can you expand on why the UK social value model couldn't be, in a sense, just superimposed into an Australian setting?
Previously I spoke about why the Social Value Act came about, and that was a particular point in time in 2012. I think when we look at changes over time, there are obviously changes in government priorities over time as well. So I think in terms of Australianising it, I'm not sure what a better word is, so sorry about that. I think we need to look at what are the priorities we have at the moment, socially, economically, culturally. What are the government priorities at all the different levels, and how do we bring all of that together? And I think when you look at something like sport and community sport, for example, I think there are interventions at every level of government and with community organisations internationally, and we've heard from Rugby League today, where bringing all that together would be fantastic to incorporate it and embed it as a social value outcome that we'd like to see, which would be that sense of belonging, that trust, participation, increasing volunteers. Those sorts of indicators are all social value indicators that work towards a more socially cohesive society.
I understand that the first step or layer that you've proposed is the National Social Cohesion Framework, and that the idea of that would be as a first step to set out some of the themes, outcomes and measures that might be looked at as part of the model, and particularly as part of any procurement social value weighting exercise. Yeah. I appreciate that that framework would take a deal of working out, but as things stand, can you develop the sorts of initiatives that could be seen under that framework as advancing social cohesion, and that could therefore become a part of the embedding process in procurement activities that you've described?
Looking at some of the outcomes you'd like to see would be based on the Scanlon measurement issues, and they measure quite a few things in terms of participation, trust in institutions, that sense of belonging. But the outcomes you could include in a procurement model would look at participation in local communities, how much is a business putting back in cash or kind, looking at young people being employed, looking at diversity as an outcome, looking at participation or accessing, ensuring that vulnerable groups have access to facilities and the like. So I think there's a broad range of social value, I guess, social values you could look at. But I think what we'd like to see nationally in the National Cohesion Framework is more on the outcomes, that we do have trust in institutions, that we do have people feeling that there's a sense of belonging, that we have less social isolation, we have less crime, we have more teenagers participating. So I think the social value can encompass quite a number of things, but other outcomes I've already mentioned that certain communities or certain governments might like to achieve might be in other areas too, whether they're climate change, integrity, all sorts of things. The whole list of things are already in procurement models now. So I think setting what is important nationally to our society at the moment, and like I mentioned, those things do change over time, and I think we need to be flexible enough, and governments need to be flexible enough, and the UK has done it. They want to focus particularly at the moment on jobs and skills. So I think there is a bit of work to be done. We haven't got all the answers to what those outcomes should be, but they shouldn't be, there should only be a few that we could focus on.
And one potential contributor of social value or social cohesion benefits under the model that the submission proffers is corporate volunteering. Can you explain how you envisage that operating within the proposal?
Yeah, and it does already occur. And I think corporate volunteering, I think when you're looking at flexible working hours, and I think I was quite strident early in our process saying, if we do go to a 4-day week, perhaps one day could be focused on employers looking at paying their employees to volunteer for a day. But that aside, I think there's already a lot of corporate volunteering going on. And I think that they do it for very good reasons. And I think I've outlined a few examples of corporate volunteering. I think people getting involved in not just certain campaigns and the like, but providing expertise. And I mentioned director responsibilities for not-for-profits. Corporates can help mentor, corporates can help guide, provide financial skills and expertise, and I think it's good for their business as well. The more corporates participate in volunteering, I think the more the community sees that they're an accredited, perhaps, or valued business that do care about their local society. So corporate volunteering, I think, plays a big part, not just with community organisations and sport and the like, but I think also in terms of it meeting their corporate social responsibilities. And we hear that bandied around a bit, but I think we should have measures about how many volunteer hours, and I know Manchester City Council have counted the number of volunteer hours that have been contributed by businesses doing government with Manchester City.
And I think that the idea that underlines the procurement aspect of the model is for government procurement to create opportunities for businesses to consider to contribute funding, but also time, such as the volunteering hours that you've just mentioned, and for those contributions or proposed contributions to be given a mandated social cohesion weighting at the time when government is determining which tenderer to grant contracts or services to. Are you able to explain at a high level how you see that mandated social criterion weighting operating without necessarily offering a view as to the requisite percentages that you have in mind?
Well, I think the onus is on both the procurer and the business procuring for business. And like I said, it does happen a lot, and I've given some examples around Mirvac, BHP and Lend-Lease doing it. That value should be quantified and acknowledged in the submission, the tender submission. And we as a group would love to see it mandated, and the mandating can start at a low level and be ramped up over time once it's piloted and once we see it working. But I think we do need to, and as I said earlier, we've got great social cohesion and social value measurement. We haven't got great coordination of investment opportunities or measuring what outcomes we're getting from those interventions at all the different levels. So I think mandating a requirement around businesses to do business with government would put the onus on the procurer to put a value on that. It could be 10%, a starting point, but also on the procurer to measure what are we getting as an outcome. And that's where we'd like to see it more coordinated through the national cohesion framework, is those measures and what impact procurement might have on those. The other element I should say about that is social cohesion puts a responsibility and onus on all of us. not just government, not just business, not just community organisations, but governments, business and communities working together at the local level.
And the submission has suggested that the proposed model could deliver a markedly higher return on existing government and community expenditure, and that it might be able to do this by lowering the economic burden of social cohesion breakdown and enhancing the measurable benefits of improved cohesion. Are you able to expand on that?
Yeah, and I could probably write a thesis on it, but in a sense, if you've got a stronger, coordinated, more coordinated, cohesive community that are participating, that are not isolated, that are not vulnerable, then you've got more willing, I guess, people to participate in employment and opportunities. By the same token, businesses then also can see a return of investing in community in terms of getting business back, but also building capability of various communities. And I've mentioned a couple around jobs and skills, taking on apprentices and things like that. I think there are benefits to the business if we can help contribute to reducing the weakening social cohesion that's happening, because there's a lot of investment that goes into some of the factors that contribute to the lack of social cohesion, and that could be isolation, mental health issues, vulnerable groups, some groups feeling excluded. If we were all part of the same team, striving for the same opportunities, then I think business would see that they have a corporate responsibility to invest in the people that are going to be delivering and working for them ultimately. But that is a very sort of high-level answer to what is a very sort of complex question.
And what government departments, perhaps at a state or territory or Commonwealth level, do you regard as being well positioned to provide any of the required governance for the model or models that your group is proposing?
Yeah, our group is very clear about not wanting to put additional governance on what already exists. For example, the Department of Home Affairs is mapping all the social cohesion initiatives across the country. Already which reflects already there is an issue that we don't really know. I think we also see at the state level some policies are being developed around social cohesion and procurement frameworks. At the Commonwealth level, there's changes to procurement policies, and indeed at local government level, they're looking at what they can do. So I think each level of government is in a good position, I think, to look at how they might improve that lever of procurement to invest back into the community and make sure that the community is getting a return, business is getting a return, and organisations are getting a return. So I think I don't think anyone, including the UK, does it well now, but I think we're all well positioned to look at how we might improve that. The governance that is required is how do we measure? How do we measure the investments? How do we understand the impact? How do we learn from what works and what doesn't work? And who's sharing that information? Is that shared across organisations and the like? So I think it's the sort of back-end things that need the coordination, that need the analysis and need the measuring.
And is it the case that ultimately your group believes that by embedding social cohesion as a weighted criterion in procurement and aligning the processes that presently exist across government, business and community investment, that Australia can ultimately strengthen the kind of environments that build belonging and resilience?
Indeed. And like I said, it brings business, governments and communities together. And once you have a mandated criterion when you're bidding for government money, you've got to make sure you meet that if it's a competitive process. And like I said, many already do. when you look around businesses here in Canberra that are supporting sports organisations and the like, they're doing it not only to give back, but they're also doing it because it's good for business to be seen, to be contributing to the local area. And the last thing we want to see is, I guess, businesses coming in procuring for many multi-million-dollar contracts and delivering the project, but not caring about the impact either of that project or how they might mobilise the local community. We want businesses to take some account of the impact that they have in terms of winning a business, in terms of what they're giving back to the community that's helping them with their business.
And a key feature of your proposed procurement model is that it would provide a sustained basis for ongoing funding to initiatives like local sports clubs and the like, without that relying on ongoing major government funding.
Yes, and we have seen, and I've experienced some fantastic programs across government and across departments in place that are always termed as terminating programs. So they get 4 years funding and then they're terminated, or they get additional funding. It's the uncertainty about that piecemeal grants funding approach where community organisations can't plan in that sort of environment. Obviously, community organisations need to plan around performance and the like, but how do you plan taking on someone, whether it's a coach, a mentor, a psychologist or whatever, if you've only got 1 year's contract left? So we're looking at procurement is always going to be there. It's sustainable and it should be used as a lever for that ongoing sustainable funding that creates that certainty for community organisations and for business and for government. And that doesn't mean that obviously some community organisations, if they're not performing or businesses aren't performing, then funding shouldn't be afforded to them. But having a sustainable model where business, government and communities contribute is the most sustainable way we see going forward.
Ms Beauchamp, finally, why is it that your group views this Royal Commission and the exchanges that have taken place in the context of it around social cohesion as generating an opportunity for the social cohesion community investment model to be taken up?
It was interesting when we started out, we're looking at, I guess, some of the barriers and challenges to community sports clubs, and we saw those challenges which I've outlined earlier around participation, that sense of belonging, volunteers and the like, as being replicable across many areas, not just sport, arts, land care groups, the like. But they've all got exactly the same challenges. They haven't probably got the reach that our community sporting group has. So we thought that really, whilst we're knocking on the doors of politicians and the like, to get a national focus, we saw this as a great opportunity to look at positively how we could contribute to social cohesion. And we've heard a lot of harrowing stories through these hearings and previously, and looking at some of the barriers and some of the weakening of social cohesion as sport being a great opportunity and community sport being a great opportunity to highlight what could happen nationally. And I think we see, and looking at the terms of reference and looking at the work we were doing, absolutely aligned with what we're trying to do, and hopefully the Royal Commission will see this as something that should be tried in terms of supporting the strengthening of social cohesion at communities at all levels and governments at all levels. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms Beauchamp, both for your evidence and for your submission. You are now excused.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Yes, I'll now adjourn until 2 p.m.
Silence will stand. Please be seated. The Royal Commission on Antisemitism and Social Cohesion is now in session.
Commissioner, I call Peter Ivany.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Ivany.
go.
Do sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you please state your name?
Peter Ivany.
You've prepared a statement for the Royal Commission dated 24 August 2026. Yes?
Yes.
And is that statement still true and correct to the
Yes.
best of your knowledge and belief? Commissioner, I tender that statement, which is stat.899.0001.0667.
Yes, the statement is admitted.
Mr. Ivany, you commence your statement by setting out some of your family's history, and I'd like to ask you about that first. You've noted that both your parents were Holocaust survivors and that your father grew up in part of Czechoslovakia, which is now part of Ukraine, and he was a survivor of Auschwitz, amongst other concentration camps. Is that right?
He definitely was. He was part of the intake into Auschwitz in May 1944. There was 435,000 people taken in that intake. Barely 20,000 survived. 300,000 died within the first few days, including his parents. He's one of 5%. It's an extraordinary, reflect back, that's really where we started from. He came out at 30 odd kilos. They had to feed him with an eyedropper and he survived. And there's no question that's a key part of, what I and our family are today in Australia. And he came to a country. What he loved the most about Australia when he first came here is that there was no gates, he wasn't locked out of anything, but more importantly the doors were open and there was no fences. I remember that was the first thing he used to say to me, that this is a great country, everyone leaves their homes open and there's no fences. My mother, who's more of a contrarian, when she got taken out of Budapest into work camp, they gave her a choice. She could take bus 1 or bus 2. We advise you to take bus 2. My mother took bus 1. That saved her life. Bus 2 was going to the extermination camps. So that's really how we grew up. We've now been in Australia Dad came in 49, so that's 77 years. We now have 3 generations of our family that are Australians, Australian born. I was born in Australia. My parents married in Australia. Mum came in 51, Dad in 49, they married in 53, and I arrived in 54. My brother, I've only got one sibling, and he shares the same sort of upbringing that we did, and so Australia's been a great country for us, and the opportunities I've had have just been terrific. And the only other thing that I'd say is that my wife's parents too, they took her father just prior to the war, and his war period was in Siberia, and that wasn't for being Jewish, that was for being a capitalist. So that's the history.
And growing up, did you experience much anti-Semitism?
Not really. I grew up, I grew up as a child of migrants, so you're sort of teaching them how the country works. I was the one that decided to go to Central School, and I was the one that decided that we'd go to a selective school. The school that they wanted me to go to had 1,000 children in Year 7, and by the time they got to Year 12 there was very few left, but they thought it was good because it was close. We also lived on the tram stop, which was terrific, except that you needed to go to sleep before 12. But so really we brought ourselves up in that way. We taught ourselves sport, and we taught ourselves in a way how to help them integrate into Australian society. But what a wonderful opportunities that we all had from that.
And you note that after finishing high school in 1973, you took a gap year to Israel, and during that year the Yom Kippur War broke out. Could you tell us about that experience?
Yeah, well, that wasn't in the plan, and it was pretty well similar to what happened now. 50 years difference in 2023, one day the difference. So that was October the 6th, 1973. Israel were not prepared for the war. We were 20 kilometres from the border in very close to Syria. We were up at the Golan Heights, so the war was all being, they'd gone past the first two defences, the war was in front of us in the valley, so you could see the war. You weren't supposed to get out of the bomb shelter, but when you're 18 and indestructible, you watch sometimes. But yeah, we lived in these bomb shelters, were overgrown, the whole thing, and you're just in that sort of situation, just listening to what was going on, and also listening to the news. And luckily they gave us the news 3 or 4 days after what had happened, because you could see in your eyes what was happening, but the news came later. But 75% of the Israeli army are reservists. We had no one left in the kibbutz, so I had the job of picking up the food for the kibbutz. I did it with one of the Israeli Arabs from the town next to us, which is only a few kilometres down the road from the kibbutz. He was a Sunni Muslim, a Bedouin, and 3 weeks we were in the war, and 3 weeks we worked together to bring food back, to the kibbutz. And yeah, it was. I wouldn't say I was front line in the war, but we had a job to do, and I actually felt privileged that I was chosen for that job, that they trusted me, and yeah, we brought the food to the war. So that's. That was luckily war was only 3 weeks, but many casualties in many ways as bad as this one.
And since then, you've spent nearly 45 years working in the arts and entertainment industries, including, as you've noted at paragraph 14, being owner and director of IMAX Theatre, Sydney, a major shareholder and board member in Video Easy, director, CEO and major shareholder at Hoyt Cinema Australia, as well as being director and CEO of the Triple M radio network.
Yes, they are the businesses I went to. They've been a passion for my whole life to be in entertainment, and I've just been lucky to have those opportunities. So again, it's been a great country for us.
And you've also noted that in 2000 you established the Ivany Investment Group, of which you're executive chairman.
Yes. I mean, when we sold Hoyts, which was in 1999, I was 40. I should be able to count this, shouldn't I? I was 45 when we finally sold, but 44 when the negotiations started. And I just made a decision then that half of my life was going to be community and half was going to be business, and I've stuck with that through that, with variations depending on what's going on in what space. Yeah, so I've been lucky, and also my children, all 3 of them, work in the community, and I'm proud of all of them.
And in terms of your community work, you've held various roles across both arts and sports organisations, including the Museum of Contemporary Art, the Art Gallery of New South Wales, the Australian Film, Television and Radio School, NIDA, the Sydney Film Festival, and also the Sydney Swans. Is that right?
Yep, and I'm still at some of those. Yeah, but I've been involved as a sometimes on the board, sometimes working, and sometimes as a sponsor, of a number of other organisations. So really, that's where I've sort of lived a lot of my life through this period. And if I go back to that film that I made on kibbutz, I've been in the industry for 53 years. It wasn't the world's greatest film, so I decided to go into admin after that. Yeah.
And then, of course, in 2007 you were appointed as a member of the Order of Australia, and in 2021 as an officer of the Order of Australia.
Yeah.
Can I start by asking you some questions about your experiences in the arts sector? And you've noted in your statement that since October 7 you've experienced a profound and deeply unsettling shift in the arts sector. Could you describe what that shift has involved?
If I go through my first 40 odd years in all of these institutions, none of the community's changed, so we're reflective of the broader community, but there's really never any issues. I mean, all the regulation of the industry was done by the Broadcasting Tribunal in radio, by the Censorship Board, and it was more about violence, language, sex. I mean, they are the main things that sort of stopped the flow of information. There was never any sort of geopolitical discussions at any board that I can remember. 2014, there was a bit of an issue with the festival, but beyond that, it was just the boards were there. It just wasn't, just topics that just didn't come up, because pretty well all voices were heard. Anything got put out. It wasn't really related to subject matter. It was other things that sort of stopped films, music, art, writing, whatever, to get out. But it really changed after October the 7th. And whether it was there before or not, that's we don't know, but it did come to the surface. And unfortunately, I think you have to put in perspective, it was a worldwide problem. It's not just Australia. Number two, that it's only a minority of the institutions were affected, but they're the ones that get all the publicity, and I think we know who they all are. And I've been following the commission, and they've all come out in the commission proceedings, and they're the ones really that have sort of been captured by people whose ideology runs the institution. Now, that could be just as bad if it happened in private industry, in the government, in anything else, sport. Once people take over an institution for their own purposes and not the mission of what that institution was set up to do, it becomes highly problematical, because people get alienated. What tends to happen is attendances drop, because people march with, they don't go there to be lectured on life. In the arts, it's particularly also poor, because you've got a whole range of influencers and actors that all of a sudden become experts on 5,000 years of warfare in the Middle East, and so they influence people. And also there's been a lot of money that's gone from other countries and sort of terrorist states that have gone into the arts to help form opinions. But as I said, it's a minority. It's not the whole system, but that sort of made it more difficult. For all the other arts institutions, it's been hard, because and they've just worked hard at it, and they're full of good people, and they're doing their best.
You've noted around about paragraph 22 of your statement that in terms of your experience in the arts sector, you've seen some organisations that have responded poorly or failed to identify and grapple with anti-Semitism, but you've also seen organisations that have responded proactively and positively. Yes. What, in your view, does good leadership look like in the arts sector in terms of dealing with anti-Semitism?
Well, good leadership in the arts sector is the same as good leadership anywhere. You're all there for a purpose, and it doesn't matter if you have different views on a whole lot of other topics when you come there, because when you come together, you're all there for the one purpose, and that's to make that organisation better and to do what it was set out to do originally, and to sort of establish the mission that corporation or that institution was supposed to do. And then to do that, you firstly need the right skill sets in the job. You need to have diversity that includes all the skills you need, but also the different opinions that you need, because they actually very much help form the whole.
And do you mean at the board level of organisations?
Yes, it starts at the board level and starts at chairman, because it starts there and then it works down. And then that's how you set the values, you set the correct values of the organisation, you set the right directions, and then that's executed through management and who you choose in management, and then that sort of filters down depending on what organisation to the people that do the day-to-day execution. But it goes beyond the board, because if you've got a diverse policy, for example, you don't just leave it in a policy with a committee. You've actually got to do things. So a number of the institutions where I've been involved in, we've actually got proactive programs in certain spaces, particularly in the Indigenous affairs area, where not only do we give them support and help, but we understand that there's economic disadvantages with the group. So we have increased in one organisation the scholarships tenfold that we've given in the last 15 years that I've been in that organisation. So we have to give them aids. We also have to give them special help in some areas to get them up to speed so they have the same skill level as other people with more advantages. The LGBTQ area, exactly the same. And we'll get to the Swans later, we'll get to football, but in the arts it's exactly the same. We've got to teach, our subject matter has to cover all materials in all areas, so we've got to make it that basically in terms of artistic merit is chosen, but we make sure that we cover the whole plethora of different things that really impact our society. So it's really important that we cover that. And
on that topic, you've mentioned that the Sydney Film Festival is one example where it seeks to cover all topics and all issues without prejudice or censorship. Is that what you mean by ensuring a diversity of views?
Well, let's say 20 odd years ago, when the government, which I was part of then, we gave more money to the film festival, but we wanted some positive outcomes in how the board was structured. They're a perfect example of that. That this year they had 240 films from 81 countries. They cover everything, and more people come every year. So, and that serves its purpose, which is to bring films that normally wouldn't get into mainstream film screenings, give people opportunities. So saying that, there's 20 or 30% of the films do get mainstream releases, but it's been a great success over that period. And but it's, again, you include everyone, you allow them to come in, you make them comfortable, and the place prospers and it does well. So it's it looks straightforward, but it's not always, you don't always get there.
And you've also noted the importance of creating an inclusive environment, and that part of that is the institution's willingness to act promptly, specifically and directly to hostile behaviour and making clear it's not acceptable. In your view, is it important for an institution to make those sorts of statements publicly as well as privately when there are instances of, say, anti-Semitism or other racism?
That's a good point, yes and no. I think when you see behaviour that doesn't fit the values of the organisation, and where minorities affecting the whole group, and you know that it's just substandard, you have to have zero tolerance. You have to deal with it then, because otherwise it's then accepted behaviour, and then it becomes part of a norm, and then people invent this amazing language to justify what's happened, but in the end the organisation suffers. So you have to be really direct and very fast, and I think in the organisations that not all of them, but the ones that I've referred to here, we have done that. Doesn't mean we get every chance, doesn't mean we're a reflection of the broader society, as I said, and this is a whole society problem, and we're one part of it. But we got to do the best that we can. But you got to act quickly, and you got to act decisively, and then it just doesn't grow. And if it doesn't grow and it's contained, then the place can operate in the way that it was intended to operate.
I'll come to the topic of sports shortly,
Sure.
But in terms of the recommendations that you've made regarding the arts sector, they're included at paragraph 49 of your statement, and they include that government funding in the arts should only be provided on the condition that government-funded work must not undermine social cohesion by inciting or endorsing hatred or division, and also that due diligence should be undertaken on senior appointments to organisations within the arts to ensure those people don't have a history of public conduct or commentary that undermines social cohesion.
That's critical. Most organisations do that, but some don't. If you enable someone who's got not just hate speech, but is basically, you look at their whole history, just like you're going for any other job, and part of that history is really disruptive. It even gets further, don't want to coexist in Australia. Well, worse than that, but they really have a history of hate, a history of violence. They wouldn't get a job anywhere. I mean, that'd be like job number one, cross out. That hasn't happened, and that's something that's got to be addressed. And I can't be more specific. I can be, but I won't be more specific on this. But it's very clear, and I know this for a fact in some of these jobs where their social media hasn't been checked, their previous history hasn't been checked, and in any job, when you go for any job, all that has to be checked before you go in, and you do that in any job, and government jobs shouldn't be any different than any other jobs.
Can I then come to ask you about the topic of sport, and as you've noted, you've had some involvement with the Sydney Swans. You were the chair of the Swans Foundation from 2005 to today, and also a director of Sydney Swans Limited from 2021 to date. And obviously there's been a recent focus on the allegations made against some Sydney Swans players. Could I first of all invite you to comment on that topic?
Yeah, for sure. And if you don't mind, I'll read this because it's more than topical. So as I've said in my witness statement, and as you've referred to, I'm a director of Sydney Swans. and clearly there's a lot of interest now in the club. I'd like to reiterate what Swans Chairman Andrew Pittam has previously said. As a board member, I too apologise to the community and to everyone that it has affected, and it's a very wide group. The Swans will continue to deal with all the issues transparently in accordance with our values and standards.
Thank you, Mr. Ivany.
Thank you.
Your statement goes on to make some observations about how the Sydney Swans has dealt with anti-Semitism and over the last 20 years or so, which I'll ask you about now, and including some measures to foster social cohesion, one of which you mention is the peace team that was started back in 2008, and as you know, we've had a witness earlier today who's spoken to that experience. Could I ask you what your involvement was in that?
Yeah, well, it wasn't the Swans so much, that was me personally. Somebody came to me with the idea and I thought it was ridiculous, but it happened. So give her credit for getting it there. But there was a AFL International Cup in 2008, and the Paris Peace Centre is a wonderful institution that brings together people under government, artists, lawyers, professionals to work together, Palestinians and this is not Israeli Arabs, this is in the West Bank, and Palestinians and Israelis. And they had this idea that they'd make a football team. Now there's no football in 2008 in Israel. So we got it across, we convinced the AFL to their credit, and it was wonderful. The first night, if I can reflect on that, was at my place. Actually, we went to the Swans first, and first time they'd been, because they had to go over the border controls to get in and practice, and they had to learn what a football was like. But then it was at my home, and we had a Muslim prayer and Jewish prayer for Shabbat, and we got them all together, and it was just fantastic. They played together, they did well in the second round. The first round was a bit higher competition, but they formed bonds for life, and even though it's a long time, they kept in touch with each other for a long period. As I think the previous person who was talking on this said, it was just a fantastic thing to do, and it just builds such a bond between people, again, different, but doing the same thing with a unified purpose. And I was really proud to be part of it, and it was really, from that point of view, it was an incredible success.
And you've made some observations, as I said in your statement, about how you feel the Sydney Swans has dealt with anti-Semitism over the years. What are your observations in that regard?
I think it becomes an institutional issue, that anti-Semitism is no different from any other minority group. If you really have an inclusive policy, and not just a committee, but people actually put it into place, it's very proactive. When there's behaviours against it, they react very quickly, and then they do positive things to support it. So quite clearly on the Indigenous side, we had the first Indigenous game in 2015, Mangrook, so we established that. We had the first Pride game, and we're the only Pride game in the men's program. This year the women's program has got it for all the teams, but in the men's program we were first. I can remember some of the members weren't happy, but we resisted that because it's in the right direction. And we just had it every year. I think it was St Kilda most years, but the Bulldogs this year. And that's something that we've been positively doing for a number of years, and very pleased to do so. So then when this year came, so let's talk about 2003. The way the club works is someone's got a problem, you put your arm around them, and that's the way that the club has gone. And I've been there for 23 years, so I probably should know. And so they were great to me. I mean, personally, that was the first thing. I mean, even the day before I had to go to a board meeting, don't go, but said it'll be better if I go. But anyway, they've done that. And then of course, after December 14th, I don't think there's any club, including the AFL, that's been better than the way we've been in terms of anti-Semitism. They went to the vigil, they supported the Royal Commission thing, which is great. They've now had the education session with ECAJ, Alex Richmond, and all those people. We've had, children at the game, some of the kids of the parents who passed away, and now we've had some of the people that helped during the Bondi thing. So it's been an ongoing program since December the 14th that the club has undertaken, to a point where, the relationship between the Jewish community and the and the Swans Football Club is very strong. So I couldn't ask, and nor the community asked for anything more. So they've done everything that they could. They went to the vigil, they laid wreaths at the memorial. So, you know, the club's been absolutely terrific.
And you describe as being one of the proudest moments of your life being
Yeah.
president of the memorial held by the club for Bondi victims in March this year.
Yeah, oh, definitely. It's you know, there's a lot of good things happened over this 23 years, but that'd be at the top.
And you've described at paragraph 44 of your statement the importance of a zero tolerance policy at the highest level of sport, and that flows down to impact junior leagues. What is the importance of leaders setting the tone in this regard?
If you look at our club, we've had, like, at every institution I've been in, we've had outbreaks where they've deviated, and if we do the right thing and quickly enough, and quite clearly you're not going to do it every time, but you do the best you can. So that's really important. I think you've had submissions from junior football where it's been more prevalent. Like I haven't seen it at senior level. I haven't seen any anti-Semitism whatsoever, but clearly at junior level, in the Victorian competition, there's significant anti-Semitism. We saw the netball incident here. So you really, which is, to be fair, it's getting better. People are jumping on it quicker. And even some of the recalcitrant arts institutions that I talked about before, there's big changes in behaviour already I can see in the last few months. So all this is having a positive impact. So the football side, yeah, if you get the top piece right, that's good, but you've got to get the junior leagues right, because that's where the behaviour forms. So it's really important for the AFL to start addressing that.
But you've also noted an instance at paragraph 47 where you say the consequences have manifested of a failure of leadership to address racism in sport, and you're particularly referring to the situation regarding Adam Goodes. Could I ask you to speak on that topic?
Yeah, look, I think the league have been excellent in certain areas. The homophobic slurs, they've done a really good job in that space. I think they've improved, but at the time, if we go back to Adam Goodes, which was some time ago, I thought they were a bit slow. Adam didn't want to go, and he didn't want to go any faster because he didn't want to become the centre of it. So I just took it upon myself to go and see the CEO on my behalf, not on behalf of the Swans. The Swans were comfortable with that, and I just saw Gil, the CEO at the time, on my own, and I said, and I really referred back to my own childhood, you've got to have zero tolerance here, because once you let it go, there's not one positive about vilifying a footballer because of their race. There's just nothing. And so yeah, I just gave my point of view. His first year in the job, and I think when he reflected back on his career, he would have wanted to do that a bit quicker, and I think we've all learned from that. But I think the AFL has really improved in that area. And but again, it's not just to have a board and to have committees and to do all that stuff. You've got to be proactive here, because something will come out of left field and hit you, and it does even when you do all the work. So I think that was just something that, yeah, the AFL have now got that piece much better, but you know, we can continue to improve, there's no question.
And coming back to the recommendations that you've made at paragraph 49, we touched on the first category earlier in terms of the arts sector, but you've also noted at paragraph 49B that in your day, in your view, a national day of mourning for Bondi victims should be declared around the time of Hanukkah each year.
Yeah, I think that's important. I think when these things happen, you commemorate great things and you commemorate disasters that don't reoccur. It's the biggest. Yes, there has been more people that have been killed in one spot, particularly in a couple of things that have happened to Indigenous people, New South Wales, Western Australia, but this is the biggest terrorist, if you want to call it. It's a blight on our history. Everyone I've talked to, not Australian, thinks it's one of the worst moments of their life in this country. So therefore we have to put in place something that we remember it, and it doesn't reoccur. It is significant. It's a blight on us. It shows the society in a way at a crossroads when it gets to that far. There's millions of reasons for it, not just one or two. But I think that we should have that Memorial Day. I'm hopeful from the football point of view that the first match of the year, like this year, we repeat that. And I'm hopeful that the AFL will support what we're doing and hopefully we'll be part of that.
Just a little technical point, Mr. Ivany.
Sure.
Are you proposing that the National Day of Mourning be on the anniversary or on the first day of Hanukkah, whenever that occurs?
You're a bit ahead of me there. I haven't that's a really good question. I don't mind, but we have to commemorate it. Look, I think when you look at history, it probably has to be. Should it be on the Jewish calendar or the other? I don't know. I think I'll let other people do that, but we just have to do it. But thanks. Thank you, Commissioner.
You've concluded, Mr. Ivany, with some personal reflections, one of which is that you find it difficult to reconcile now the Australia your parents love with what you currently observe, but you also say that you nevertheless remain optimistic.
Oh yeah, this is a terrific place. I mean, I'm not a victim here. I mean, I couldn't have dreamt of this life. And I don't think my parents would dream that we'd have this life anyway when they were refugees in a new country. Australia's unique. I've lived in 3 countries. Even after Israel, I loved the year. That was when I did that film, and I commented on the film that I want to go back to Australia, even though I loved the year. We've got a lot to save here. We don't have the same issues that are bedeviling parts of Europe and parts of the United States. We don't have to copy them in everything. We've said this is a new country. We've got a whole great new road that we're still building upon. We've got enormous natural advantages in many areas, and we have to take this as a break in time in our society and sort it out, because there's a lot to fight for, and it's just critical for the future of this country. There's no way I want to leave here. I mean, look, if you're Jewish, there's no family, and not even if you're Jewish. I've had a number of Australians, the same, just non-Jewish Australians as well as Jewish, who are now reflecting, I mean, is this the peak of this period, and should we think about moving somewhere else? But something that we don't want to do. But I have a lot of faith in this country and that we'll come back, and there's a lot of terrific things in this country that we have to fight to keep. But sometimes to keep your system you got to fight. It just doesn't automatically happen. If you don't fight for it, sometimes it's not worth having. So look, it's just where we are. We've got to recognise where we are and just deal with it.
Thank you, Mr. Ivany. I have no further questions, Commissioner.
Mr. Zwine?
Yeah. Sorry.
The Commissioner was asking about a commemoration event for Bondi, and I think you were debating whether it be the first day of Hanukkah or the anniversary
14th
event.
of December, yeah.
And you're aware, of course, that it's a lunar calendar Hanukkah, so the date moves.
Yes.
And sometimes it's towards the end of December. You might know that.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a benefit in having it at a time when the school children are at school, so that they can understand what the event is too, which will be earlier in December or on the 14th of December?
Yeah, probably. I haven't thought about it till now, but I don't think you can have it on Christmas. It just wouldn't work. And if Hanukkah and Christmas were on the same day, that would be quite a conflict. I think we'd probably, on the basis of that, December the 14th would be an appropriate time, because there's really nothing. We don't have Thanksgiving. I don't think there's any great festival on, not that it's a festival, but December the 14th in that light would probably be the best time.
Thank you.
Anything arising out of that?
No, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ivany. You are excused.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner, I call David Goldman.
Yes.
And we'll be taking a note for information.
Both?
Right? We have some logistics.
Okay.
Right? Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
Do sit down, Mr. Goldman.
Mr. Goldman, can you please state your full name?
David Goldman.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission. You are the General Manager of Maccabi Australia.
That is correct.
You've prepared a witness statement dated the 24th of August 2026.
Yes.
Is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Commissioner, I tender the witness statement. It has doc ID stat.899.000.0688 and its annexures sub.5000.0001.1104 and stat.899.0001.0673.
Very well. The statement together with the two annexures will be an exhibit.
You were born and raised in Sydney and you describe yourself as a 7th generation Australian Jew.
That's correct. Born and raised in Sydney, 7th generation Australian Jew. My family origins date back to the Second Fleet. Brought up in a very traditional Jewish household. My parents, grandparents, etc. valued things like Friday night, the Shabbat and the festivals, and us all coming together and instilling Jewish values in us.
And you've said in your statement that your father was a taxi driver and that your mother was a nurse, and that together they both worked hard to ensure that you could attend a Jewish school throughout your upbringing.
That's correct. So both my brother and I attended Moriah College, from year K to year 12, again because that was their determination to instill values in us, as well as represent those values in the household.
And Friday night Shabbat dinners is something that you continue today with your wife and your own children?
Yes, so my wife and we have 4 children and a greater family network. We continue those traditions of Shabbat and the Jewish festivals. It's very important to us. There are rules around it. The kids simply cannot miss them. And I think those rules instill values, and via us demonstrating very observable actions, those values have been instilled in them as well.
And you said at paragraph 8 of your witness statement that you are incredibly proud to be Jewish and that you don't seek to hide your identity, and that you actively look for opportunities to share and discuss what being Jewish means to you. When you speak to others about being Jewish and your Judaism, what do you say?
That's a very good question. I do often get the opportunity to talk to people about being Jewish, whether that's around the festivals or why I might not be able to go out to the pub on a Friday night. We talk about family, we talk about how important community is to us, and something that you would have noted from my witness statement, talk about the real execution of what in Hebrew we call tikkun olam, which is making the world a better place. And I fundamentally believe that I need to make the world a better place for my kids and for younger generations. I don't want to leave this world in a worse off place than how I found it.
And professionally, you began your career in Coca-Cola, is that right?
That's correct.
And you went on to hold various leadership roles in a number of large multinational corporations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And after around 2 decades in the corporate sector, you made a decision to work in the for-purpose sector.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you choose to transition your career in that way?
I'd probably simply describe it as when the alarm goes off at 6:30 in the morning and it's a cold winter's morning, it's very hard to get up and get out of bed. So my motivations were, as I mentioned before, to make this world a better place. That's what drives me, and that's what motivated me to that area of work.
And you've held roles with Relationships Australia, New South Wales, and then also with the Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife. And I understand you commenced your current role as General Manager of Maccabi Australia around 18 months ago.
That is correct.
Is it right that Maccabi Australia is the national roof body for Jewish sport and wellbeing across Australia?
Yes, so we are the national roof body of Jewish sport in this country. We are also part of a global organisation. Maccabi in Australia is represented across 4 states, Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria and Western Australia. We have just over 50 affiliated clubs that play at a communal grassroots level across a multitude of sports, including the majors, football, soccer, netball, basketball, tennis, swimming, pickleball, etc. We have just over 10,000 participants and members, and we like to say that we've probably got 40,000 supporters who are the mums and dads and the grandparents who attend and stand on the sideline each week.
And at paragraph 22 of your statement, you've said that the origins of Maccabi, both internationally and in Australia, are closely linked to a historical response to anti-Semitism and exclusion. Can I ask you to expand on that?
Yeah, so what was happening in the late 19th and early 20th century, particularly in Europe and in Australia as well, were sporting organisations and associations were starting to exclude Jews. So in order to counter that, the Jewish community needed to form its own Jewish sporting clubs and did so. Maccabi was formed in 1924, and we do have evidence throughout our history, unfortunately, of Jews being excluded from either clubs or sporting associations or just not being able to play sport.
And you've said in your statement that today, across Australia, Maccabi clubs compete within mainstream competitions, they affiliate with state and national sporting bodies, and more broadly they contribute to the wider sporting ecosystem in this country.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. It's not about exclusion, it's all about inclusion and inclusion of the Jewish people playing sport.
I'll return shortly to ask you some more about your role within Maccabi Australia. Just in terms of your own personal background, you mentioned in your statement that sport played a significant role in your upbringing and development. Can you describe the sports that you had been involved in growing up?
Sure. So as a very young kid, I started with soccer, but soon found a passion for swimming. I started swimming at 7 years old and competed at a very high level, state and national, international level for about 10 years. I think that instilled in me a number of things that have treated me well throughout life, and there were many, many positives. However, it was probably also my first exposure to anti-Semitism, where I couldn't hide my Jewishness. People in my swimming squad knew that I was Jewish, and some of the antagonists would make anti-Semitic slurs. On a couple of occasions I was pushed into a urinal, and I had my head flushed down a toilet once.
And you've said at paragraph 35 of your statement that notwithstanding some of those experiences that you've just relayed, sport taught you many valuable lessons. And what did those include?
Yeah, I think that's certainly a lesson of determination, resilience, that if you're willing to put the hard work in, the benefits will be there.
And you reflect more broadly in your witness statement at paragraph 31 about being deeply passionate about the role that sport is able to play in building stronger communities and creating social cohesion. Can you expand on your views in that regard?
Yeah, I do passionately believe that sport is just this beautiful, wonderful vehicle for inclusion. It's all about teams or individuals coming together on the sporting field. Can be the most ferocious of competitors, think Nadal and Federer, but when the whistle blows or the final whistle blows or the game has ended, they come together, they shake hands and they will walk off together respectfully, and I think there are some very, very valuable life lessons in that.
If I can return to your role with Maccabi Australia, you've outlined some of your responsibilities from paragraph 13 of your statement. Can you outline for us what they include?
Yes, so my role includes being responsible along with the board for the strategic implementation of the organisation. We have a governance function and integrity function. We also have a function around community engagement, so recognising that certain cohorts within our community are disengaged, and again, sport is a beautiful vehicle to engage people. But more recently, I guess I'm more disturbed about the anti-Semitic incidents that are coming across our desk, and I know you'll probably refer to the survey that we conducted earlier this year.
And in terms of your own personal responsibilities, more recently, has that involved assisting athletes or players with Maccabi teams or squads in responding to or dealing with anti-Semitic incidents that they may have faced?
Yeah, probably more at an association level. So if I go back to the Netball incident that happened at Heffron Park in Sydney earlier this year.
I might just ask you not to comment on the facts of that incident, but you're welcome to comment on the response that was taken at the Maccabi Australia level.
The response was to work with clubs and the State Association and the National Association, whom we can only commend for their support and visual support of our community and condemnation of the anti-Semitic incidents. And it's allowed for and opened the door for us to speak to other national sporting associations, including government and federal agencies that are the agencies that provide for the policies that I'm sure we're going to talk about.
And Maccabi Australia, of course, made a submission to the Royal Commission, and that submission, as you've noted, draws on a survey that was conducted. Were the respondents to that survey individuals who are involved in various Maccabi sporting clubs?
Yes, that's correct. So we have a national database of approximately 17,000.
And you've identified in your statement that the survey was conducted between the 30th of March 2026 and the 15th of April 2026, and that it had been distributed via the SurveyMonkey software platform. And you said that around 669 valid responses were received to that survey?
Yes, that's correct.
What was the survey seeking to understand, and at a high level, what did the results reflect to your understanding?
Yeah, so the survey was instituted and initiated because we wanted our submission to be evidence-based, and that was the mechanism that we chose to go about doing that. As you mentioned, we had 669 valid responses, of which 47.7, just under 1 in 2 people, had either witnessed or experienced anti-Semitism. The more telling statistic that came out of the survey was, of those people that had witnessed or experienced anti-Semitism, only 30% had reported it. So we believe there's a massive underrepresentation and underreporting of anti-Semitic incidents in sport.
And there are a number of examples of incidents faced by Maccabi players that have been outlined in the Maccabi Australia submission, and I won't take you to any specific examples now, but is it the case, as you understand it, that overall what is reflected is an increase in prevalence of anti-Semitic incidents in sporting settings following October of 2023?
Yes, certainly through doing a deeper dive of the qualitative statements that were collected through the survey, we understand that there was a sharp rise in incidents post October 7.
A sharp rise in the number of incidents?
Number of incidents, yeah.
And are you able to comment on the nature or character of the incidents in terms of what has happened on the field in recent times?
Yeah, the nature and character of the incidents have and have not changed. So we do hear slurs around Hitler should have finished the job. We've heard slurs like that from children as young as 10 years old. I don't know where that comes from. We've also had very much intimidatory behaviour of spectators making political gestures on the sidelines, which is contradictory to most clubs and associations' code of conduct. And that's been very unsettling for our participants, especially the younger ones.
And at paragraph 37 of your witness statement, you've said that while there are significant challenges that have been posed by anti-Semitism in sporting settings, it's equally important to acknowledge the many positive examples of inclusion and of solidarity that reinforce confidence in Australian society. One example that you've given in your witness statement of those positive dimensions has been of the connection camp that we heard an earlier witness today give some evidence about. What was Maccabi Australia's role in facilitating that camp or attendance by participants?
Yeah, so Maccabi's participation in that was to bring the 50 Jewish children to the camp. We used our network of clubs and databases to foster that. We got an overwhelming response to participating in that, and we're very happy and very proud that we were able to be part of it. Like the witness prior had mentioned, I also witnessed beautiful scenes of a Jewish girl and a Muslim girl, noting she was wearing a hijab, so that's how I knew she was a Muslim girl, hugging, and actually came up to me, and one of them said, "I want to introduce you to my new best friend." It's beautiful.
You also touched earlier on some events that followed the reported anti-Semitic incident on the side of a netball court earlier this year in Sydney. I understand that reported incident was at or near a match at which a Maccabi team was playing.
Yep.
And as I said, I won't ask you about any of the particular details of that incident. You touched earlier on some of the responses to it from the broader netball community after the incident was reported, including in the press. Are you able to detail a little more what some of those responses looked like and how they were received by Maccabi Netball and also Maccabi Australia?
Yes, I talked about the meetings and the open invitation that we've had at an association level that will enable us to have discussions to really affect this at a policy level. But I guess more at that grassroots level, the following week, an initiative was started by the clubs that were involved in the state association, where players, spectators and family members all wore purple ribbons in their hair as a sign of solidarity and an absolute condemnation of discrimination in any form. And I just thought that was a beautiful gesture, as well as, if I can touch upon some of the larger sporting codes, including cricket and tennis, and the Sydney Swans, who post Bondi all stood as competitors arm in arm, respectfully, with minute silence, black armbands, etc., recognising the effects of the community, of the victims, of the families affected and the first responders.
You've said in relation to some of those gestures at the elite sporting code level, this in your statement, these gestures were made under the banner of sport and reached very large audiences in Australia and around the world. I was deeply moved by them, as were many members of the Jewish community. Are you able to articulate why it is that seeing those signs of solidarity from major cricket teams, major football teams and the like can have that degree of reassurance and support that you've mentioned?
I think the rationale tells us that they're wonderful opportunities for millions of people to view those, to witness those. But there's something in the heart that is very, very hard to describe, and it's a feeling that you'd only get if you were witnessing it or you were part of, integrally part of that community. And just visually seeing people who have been recognised for their heroism and for the tragedies that they've had to endure. As Jewish people, there's something in our heart that just tugs at the heartstrings and is very hard to articulate.
And you've said in your witness statement that displays of that kind reinforce your belief that the overwhelming majority of Australians reject anti-Semitism, value inclusion, and want sport to remain a place where every participant feels safe, respected and welcome.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct, and as I said, I've had a number of conversations with people at different association levels, and we condemn all forms of discrimination.
And then, having outlined in your statement both the anti-Semitism that some Maccabi members have observed in sport and also the various supports that Maccabi teams and members have received, the submission goes on to express the view, which you also adopt in your witness statement, that certain mechanisms within some sporting environments may not be operating at best practice at the moment. From your perspective, having been asked to assist at an association level with issues of anti-Semitism across different sports, I understand that your view is that there are many codes in which no formal policy exists, or if it does exist, it's not fit for purpose. Is that right?
Yeah, we talked earlier about the child protection and child protection mechanisms that do exist, and broad brushstroke policies that do exist. But what that doesn't call out is discrimination explicitly. There aren't many codes that have discrimination policies specific either to their clubs, states or national association. Therefore that then manifests in an inconsistent implementation of policy, but also doesn't allow for the description of what a discriminatory behaviour, including anti-Semitism, is. So we're putting a lot of pressure on our match officials, our referees, our umpires, who sometimes can be as young as 14, to either identify and recognise what an anti-Semitic incident or a discriminatory incident might be, and how to respond.
I won't ask you to call out or particularise any given club or any given sporting code, but at a broad level, is it right that where those gaps or deficiencies do arise, your and Maccabi Australia's view is that the practical effect is that there's then no consistent standard against which participants in the sport, whether they be players, referees, coaches or spectators, can be held to account?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. That obviously starts at a policy level, but filters down into an education level. And if the incident isn't recognised on the field, often what happens is the incident's taken off the field, but evidence hasn't come with it. So there's a very difficult and challenging judicial and tribunal mechanism without evidence, and therefore that then perpetuates a cycle of both anti-Semitism and discriminatory behaviour.
Maccabi Australia has made some recommendations around some of these issues in its submission, and I'll take you to those shortly. But before I do that, can I take you to paragraph 50 of your witness statement? You've said there that you believe that while it's important to recognise that anti-Semitism in sport has had a very real impact on the Jewish community, the solutions should not be developed in isolation. Can I ask you to expand on what you have in mind in terms of the structure or the architecture for building solutions in the sporting environment that we've been discussing?
Yeah, I wholeheartedly believe in this. I do understand that I'm sitting here and providing evidence to anti-Semitism in sport. That's the issue, that's the problem. But the solution lies in all community groups coming together in identifying what discriminatory behaviour is and how we should deal with it. and at many different levels and at many different layers. For example, where do the lines blur around criminal activity and threats on the field or off the field of a nature that question people to whether the police should be involved or not? There's no clear guidance to that.
And I understand your view is that ultimately whatever form of discrimination one might be dealing with in a particular instance, there are common systemic issues to be worked through in terms of how sporting organisations should work to prevent, respond or react to those sorts of instances.
Yeah, that's exactly right. However, I would add that without being able to articulate what anti-Semitism in sport looks like, or what discrimination towards Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, LGBTIQ people, or people of the Islamic faith could be, we won't be able to call it up. We're putting too much pressure on our 14-year-old referees and umpires to call it out when they hear a 10-year-old be as disgusting and vile as I've already mentioned.
Can I take you then to some of the recommendations that Maccabi Australia advances in relation to education and integrity frameworks in sporting settings? The first one that you pick up on, you've reflected at paragraph 53 of your witness statement, and that is mandating anti-Semitism education across sporting codes. Would you like to develop why you see that education piece as paramount?
Yeah, I think there's a large level of ignorance in the sporting world. I don't believe that our referees and umpires actually can identify what an anti-Semitic incident is. It often gets passed off as just rudeness or a snide remark that was taken, but not recognised as discriminatory behaviour. So I think educating people and understanding how anti-Semitism in sport, how anti-Semitism manifests in sport, is critical to this, and we actually have good examples and good leads to follow in the UK, who are probably 2 to 3 years ahead of us.
And you've noted at paragraph 55 of your statement that anti-Semitic remarks can be harmful even when no Jewish person is present or directly targeted. Where can the harm arise from in that circumstance?
But the harm arises again in not calling it out. And so the incident is occurring, but if it's not being called out, there's no mechanism to eliminate it.
Yeah, and those who hear those sorts of comments, even if not Jewish themselves, might come to not recognise the wrong in what's being said.
Well, they come to not recognise it, but I guess more alarmingly, it becomes normalised, and it just becomes part of the vernacular of what you hear on the sporting field.
And do you envisage that kind of education piece across sporting codes as not necessarily being limited to anti-Semitism, but as you said earlier, also encompassing other forms of discrimination and prejudice?
Absolutely. I don't believe that we will be successful as a society if we cannot address discrimination in sport and all forms of discrimination in sport. We heard earlier from the NRL that they're doing a wonderful job with Indigenous rounds, but it's not to say that that's stamped out any sort of discriminatory behaviour towards Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So discrimination in sport still exists.
And the next recommendation that Maccabi Australia goes on to advance, and you reflected this at paragraph 56 of your witness statement, is to require accredited training for referees and match officials. What role do you see those individuals as playing when it comes to addressing discrimination and racism on the sporting field?
Yeah, again, they've got to learn how to recognise and respond to anti-Semitic incidents on the field. If it's left on the field, there's no pathway, there's no referral pathway or mechanism to call it out, to gather up the evidence, to affect policy change. it's just left on the field, and I think that would be a tremendous shame. We're not doing anything with it without training and educating our referees and umpires.
And so part of that would involve tools or roadmaps for those sorts of officials so that they understand, for example, how to identify conduct, what they do, if they do, and then what escalation measures to put in place.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And those training mechanisms do already exist for some forms of discrimination, but not anti-Semitism. So I think we can replicate a lot of what's already out there.
The next recommendation that's reflected at paragraph 58 of your witness statement talks about introducing standardised disciplinary frameworks with clear definitions and sanctions. And you've expressed a view in that regard that consistency and predictability of consequences are essential to deterrence and confidence in the system. Is that right?
Yes, that's absolutely right.
And you go on to say that you believe that such disciplinary frameworks should apply to players, parents, spectators, coaches and officials, and that in relevant contexts they should provide clear definitions and graduated sanctions.
Yeah, I think we need to recognise that sport is often a highly charged, highly emotional activity, and often things get said, but just because they're said doesn't mean that they shouldn't go unnoticed and shouldn't go unpunished.
And you've said at paragraph 61 that a formal consequence framework does not mean that the same sanction should apply to every incident. What's the key feature of a formal consequence framework from your point of view?
I think again we've got to recognise the breadth of the issue here. We're talking about an issue that is an issue across multiple sports, is across multiple jurisdictions, is across multiple ages. And so a 10-year-old's remark might be driven by something very clearly very different to a 25-year-old or a 45-year-old's remark. And so therefore, whilst there needs to be a consistency in the sanctions, I think other forms of mechanisms like education need to be introduced, particularly to our younger children.
And you've remarked upon the Sport Integrity Australia minimum standards, and that they might be able to provide a benchmark for codes that don't already have their own. That the Maccabi Australia point of view?
Yeah, our point of view is to do this well and do it efficiently, and we see national associations and government agencies like Sports Integrity Australia, like the Australian Sports Commission, as our partners in tackling discrimination overall. And as they are the architects and the authors of a lot of the policies that clubs, associations and sports will adopt, it seems efficient to be able to use that as a starting point.
And the next recommendation, it's outlined at paragraph 62, is to establish a centralised reporting and incident tracking mechanism for sport. Is that a mechanism that you envisage might be available both for reports of anti-Semitism and also other instances of discrimination in sporting settings?
Yeah, I think this can be done very quickly, very simply. It could be an app on somebody's phone with a drop-down menu that gives them an option to choose the type of discriminatory behaviour that they either witnessed or heard, and a section to include what they saw, and then a proper mechanism in terms of reporting and which level of association that incident needs to go to and who needs to respond to, including, as I mentioned, maybe the police need to be involved.
And perhaps that feeds into another recommendation that's reflected at paragraph 66. I understand that what's being suggested here is clearer guidelines and engagement around when it is that sports clubs and other organisations might involve police in serious incidents, or when alternatively incidents can be dealt with at a club level. Can you give perhaps an example of how uncertainty around those issues can arise?
Yes, certainly without clear guidance, we've seen incidents of particularly aggressive verbal abuse and threats, threats to the effect of "I'm going to come find your family and kill you," and without a proper mechanism of understanding how that should be reported, who it should be reported to, when it should be reported to, I just think that it won't cease, and that's the sort of behaviour that we want eliminated.
And I understand that another recommendation that Maccabi Australia advances, at least for the time being, in the current security environment, is to provide sustained government funding for security at sporting events in which Jewish teams are playing. What do you see as the potential cost for social cohesion as a result of Jewish players or athletes not turning up to games or to meets because of security concerns?
Yeah. There's two costs. There's the financial cost that the community has to bear when we do have to provide extra security or ask police to circle around or be present. But more alarmingly, there's the psychological cost and the cost that kids and parents are having in the anxieties, the fears, the intrepidation of turning up to sporting events, whether it's a sporting event, a training session or a game, something that used to be fun. That's a cost, and there's a cost to our own club as well, which talks to the exclusion, which is a number of people had reported in our survey that they fear wearing our uniform because our logo is the Magen David, the Star of David on the left breast, and they fear being identified as being Jewish, and that's an exclusionary behaviour, not something that is what sport's meant to be about, and inclusion.
And the final recommendation that you outline in your statement at the top of page 15 reflects increased targeted funding to support multi-faith community-based national engagement in sport. I understand that your belief is that investment of that kind has the capacity to represent a proactive approach to addressing division and to building long-term community resilience. Can I invite you to expand on that?
Yeah, I think that there are a number of initiatives that we could all be working on that don't have to include just a sporting event, but there could be stances that we take. One of the witnesses prior talked about the Black Lives Matter, and the EPL in England the players took the knee for a couple of years. There's visible behaviour and things that can be espoused around inclusivity, inclusion. We're here together to compete, be competitive. But at the end of the day, we are going to shake hands and we're going to respect each other. We're going to play within the rules, and we're going to walk off the field as friends. And so I believe there's a number of initiatives. If a group of people got together and addressed it under the broader discrimination behaviour, or eliminating a broader discrimination behaviour, we could put in place in sport. And as I said, sport can teach you very many life lessons. And if we're teaching our young kids those life lessons now, they're only going to be able to grow up as upstanding individuals.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldman. You are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I now call Mark Falvo.
Yes.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
Would you like any?
Fine.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, please say I do.
I do.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Falvo. Yes.
Could you please state your name?
My name is Mark Falvo.
And you have prepared a statement for the Commission dated 24 August 2026, correct?
Correct.
And is that statement still true? Oh, I'm sorry, there is a correction, I believe, that you wish to make to the statement. At paragraph 6D, in the second last line, delivery should be delivering. Is that right?
Correct, there was a typo.
And with that change made, is the statement otherwise true and
It
correct
is.
to the best of your knowledge and belief? Commissioner, I tender that statement, stat.899.001.0692.
Yes. The statement is admitted.
And there are 8 annexures which I also tender.
Yes.
You are the Chief Executive Officer of Netball Australia.
Correct.
And you were appointed interim CEO in April this year and then permanently appointed to the role in August. Is that right?
Correct.
And you've also been the CEO of the local organising committee to deliver the 2027 Netball World Cup in Sydney.
Correct.
Which starts in exactly 1 year's time. Is that right?
To the day, yes.
To the day. And prior to your role with Netball Australia, you've worked in various senior roles at Football Federation Australia.
That's correct.
And you were also the Chief Operating Officer of the AFC Asian Cup Australian 2015 Local Organising Committee.
That's correct.
Now, Netball Australia is the national governing body for netball in Australia.
It is.
And you've noted that netball is played by more than 1 million participants across Australia each year and reaches communities in every state and territory.
That's correct.
And you've explained in your statement that netball in Australia is governed through a federated model. Could you just describe how that works?
Yes. So there are a number of member organisations that mirror the federated system of governance of the nation. So we have each state and territory that comprises the General Assembly, if you like, the membership of Netball Australia.
And as the national governing body, you've noted in your statement that Netball Australia is committed to ensuring that netball is a safe, inclusive and respectful environment for all participants, officials, volunteers and spectators.
That's correct.
And you've noted that Netball Australia has a responsibility in that regard. How do you conceive of that responsibility?
Obviously, Netball Australia is the national governing body of the sport in the country. Is charged with leading the growth and development of the sport, the administration of the sport across the nation. That leadership cascades down through that federated system that we discussed earlier, down to the grassroots of the game, where the game is delivered across 3,300 odd clubs across the country at different levels of the game, at that very low level all the way up to the elite side of the game, the professional side of the game in Super Netball, which is also played across the country.
And at paragraph 9, you've noted that part of that responsibility is to foster environments free from racism, religious vilification and all other forms of discrimination.
That's correct.
And you've also noted Netball Australia's 10-year plan to double its participation numbers to 2 million. To what extent does diversity feature in that plan?
It's vitally important in that respect. In order to achieve a target like that, we need everyone to have an interest, or as many people as possible to have an interest in taking up the sport of netball. And naturally that means every single Australian, no matter what their gender or faith or culture, whatever their background may be. So that's something that for the long term is a commitment that we make as an organisation, that we need to consider how to best implement plans to encourage that participation to be taken up.
You go on at paragraph 13 to note that Netball Australia has a integrity framework that's underpinned by and compliant with the Sport Integrity Australia's Sport Integrity Policy standards. Could you just describe what the relationship is between Netball's own framework and those standards?
Yes, they effectively take Sport Integrity Australia's standards as the template to adopt and then to apply across the netball ecosystem. So obviously making them a little bit more specific to the manner in which netball is administered and governed across the country, getting in line with that federated system down to the local district association level as well.
And that framework includes what you've set out at paragraph 14, namely a member protection policy, elite netball code of conduct, the community netball code of conduct, safeguarding children and young people policy, and the complaints and disciplinary policy. Do those policies prohibit, for example, racism, whether that be engaged in by participants, players, spectators or officials?
They do.
And does that extend to netball at the community level as well?
It does.
Is it primarily the member protection policy that would apply in those circumstances?
Principally, but also I think the community netball code of conduct would have some application there.
And so to get a sense of how they might operate in practice, and for clarity, I'm obviously not going to ask you about the recent incident that was reported earlier this year so as not to prejudice that process, but can I ask you about a hypothetical scenario where, say, a player in a community netball match directed a racist slur towards another player? I take it that would be a breach of one of the policies that you've mentioned, is that right? And what reporting mechanisms would be available to that player or someone else who witnessed that conduct? How would they go about reporting an incident like that under the policies?
There are a number of different means, to the best of my knowledge, apart from obviously notifying it on the court of play or the field of play. Also disclosing it to the club or the Netball Association. There are different avenues to do so, including a hotline, also where individuals that may have been subjected to such an experience or event could report. So as well as on online.
And you've noted that generally complaints are dealt with at the lowest level that's appropriate, and that the relevant organisation would make an initial assessment and determine whether the matter should proceed through the formal complaints process. When you say the relevant organisation, does that mean the local netball club, for example, that's
generally the local association that would organise the competitions that the clubs participate in?
I see. And then, if appropriate, a complaint can be progressed to a formal complaint under the complaints and disciplinary policy. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what are the sorts of sanctions that are available to deal with a scenario like that?
There would be a range of sanctions ranging from warnings to education to suspension. So yeah, there's a range of potential sanctions that are available.
And how are the policies promoted throughout netball associations throughout Australia? How do you ensure that participants in the game know that these policies exist and that they're available to be utilised?
Generally, at the moment of registration by the participant, there's an acknowledgement, or among the terms and conditions of registration are all the various different policies and other integrity framework documents that the participant would acknowledge apply when proceeding to register to play the sport.
And you've noted in your statement that at the moment Netball Australia's current policies don't contain a standalone reference to anti-Semitism, but that Netball Australia is currently considering the inclusion of such references in its policies and procedures and education materials. Where is that work up to?
It's work that remains to be done in substance. Obviously, there are proceedings that are playing out from which we'd like to be able to take the learnings and better understand what policy enhancements we could make as a result of that. I believe also that there are further policy revisions that SIA themselves have recently considered that we also need to take into account. I mean, generally speaking, we would want to consult quite widely as far as possible with not only the netball community but various different communities that would be directly impacted by or subject to racism in the course of playing the sport.
We've also heard some evidence today about the importance of education and training, especially for the officials who might be, or umpires who might be present on the day. What sort of education and training is in place at the moment?
I mean, most of the focus of education of umpires is on how to apply the laws of the game, in a technical sense. So not much, to the best of my knowledge, is taught, or not much in the way of specific education is currently being delivered to better explore or define the different forms that racism may take, and that's also to that wouldn't be limited just to umpires, but also club administrators and other officials, volunteers. A lot of the work that is done by state sporting bodies and the national body is to help to build capacity within these grassroots clubs, which are obviously staffed by time-poor volunteers that are doing this out of their love for the game and their care for their local community. It means that it can sometimes be difficult to go that extra yard to be able to cover all these other areas that obviously would have particular relevance or would be important in the context, in this current context. So I think that's definitely an area where there could be more done with the benefit of more programs, or at least the ability to invest in more programs. And I also think that that's an area where having some consistency of how that education is conducted or rolled out would have benefit. Again, in an environment where there's constraints around time and money and resources, trying to do it in by the most efficient means possible would be the best way, the surest way to ensuring that it has genuine impact.
You've also observed in your statement that where anti-Semitic incidents do occur, it's important for them to be called out, and indeed you released a statement following the recent incident, which you've annexed to your statement, which said, amongst other things, that netball is a place where everyone belongs, where everyone has a right to feel safe, and where teamwork, camaraderie, friendship, fun and community spirit thrive. In our game, there's no place for hate speech, racism or discrimination at any level. Does this also connect to a point you've made in your statement about the importance of leadership and being able to make statements in the moment that make clear what the acceptable standards of behaviour are?
I think so. I think it's an important part of leading a sport that makes these sorts of commitments, particularly if they are instances that then become very public facing and obviously spark a whole lot of conversation and attention. It's important that in the same way that the matter comes to the attention of the public, that there's a public response that clearly demonstrates that very commitment, and I think that's an appropriate course to take for a sport that follows through on the commitments that it makes otherwise.
You've remarked in your statement as well that you consider netball to be a powerful means for fostering social cohesion, inclusion and mutual respect, and you've set out a number of initiatives delivered by Netball Australia and its member organisations in that regard, including, for example, the Spirit series that's delivered in partnership with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Could you tell us what that series involves?
Yes, it's basically a netball tournament of sorts that involved nations from the Pacific and also Southeast Asia. We had just recently Singapore, Papua New Guinea, and I think it was Samoa or Tonga. I can't recall specifically, but we also had our First Nations team in the Black Swans. So it's a team that represents some of our most talented First Nations athletes, all competing in one tournament. But it's more than obviously what happens on the court. It's there are various different cultural exchanges that happen on the sideline. We use it as a moment to teach umpires and other officials about these diverse cultures. So it really sparks a curiosity and an opportunity to educate about different cultures, but obviously bringing it all together on the court in a shared love of the game. And I think I observed firsthand the high spirits in which a sporting contest was conducted by teams from different corners of the globe, which I thought was quite powerful, and very powerful also for local netball administrators and officials and volunteers to also observe.
And looking ahead to the 2027 Netball World Cup in Sydney, what role do you hope that will have in terms of bringing the community together?
Well, I think these types of major international events are especially powerful because they attract so much more attention than is typically the case. They're quite galvanising in unifying the community, and in this case we're going to have the 16 best netball nations from around the world converging right here in Sydney in 1 year's time. So not only is that an opportunity to celebrate those teams and to enjoy some great sporting contests on the court, but it's also a way to engage the diaspora communities of all of those different teams. In the case of the Netball Cup, there will be teams participating from every single continent on Earth. So it's another opportunity to engage with other cultures and communities beyond just the teams that have qualified that share perhaps similarities or share interests in the teams that are competing. So I think that, and often there are steps taken, or as much emphasis on leveraging and harnessing these events as there needs to be, obviously, successfully delivering them, which we obviously do quite well. So some of the ideas that we put forward around the legacy of the Netball Cup is explained in our Her Power 27 legacy strategy, which we've publicly released. And there is an element of that strategy that talks to, for example, the delivery of harmony programs that would take netball to different communities, diverse cultural backgrounds, right around the country. So, and obviously an event like the Netball Cup would spark interest in the game from those very communities and a curiosity to engage around the event.
Finally, could I ask you about the recommendations towards the end of your statement? So at paragraph 36, you've suggested the Commission should consider recommendations that support nationally consistent guidance for sporting organisations on identifying and responding to anti-Semitism. And you say a particular focus should be on community and junior settings. Why should that be a particular focus in your view?
Well, I think the focus should be at that level because that is where the most number of players and the public experiences and participates in sport. As I say, as the most played community sport for women and girls, and increasingly for men and boys as well, in every corner of the country, it's very difficult, or it could perhaps be problematic to just allow policy to evolve at a local level. So it is quite important that there be sort of nationally consistent guidelines or a policy framework that would be applicable and relevant for the times, and potentially also not necessarily limited just to a single sport. I mean, it's a common thread across other sports in Australia that obviously resonate and hold a place at the community level. So I think that there would be merit in not allowing individual sports or members within individual sports to form their own views, but rather to have some national standards that would cascade across the entire sporting ecosystem.
Thank you, Mr. Falvo. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Falvo.
Thank you.
You are now excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, the final witnesses of the day are moving away from today's topic of sport and returning to some issues that were explored yesterday.
Yes.
I understand the two witnesses will be appearing together via audio-visual link. I'm not sure if they have...
Yes.
I call Violet Roumeliotis AM and Yama Agha.
Ms. Roumeliotis, are you there? So we haven't established the link yet.
Sorry, no. Commissioner, it appears that a brief adjournment...
yes, I think that might be in order. I'll just adjourn briefly. Yes.
Commissioner, I call Ms. Violet Roumeliotis AM and Yama Agha.
Yes.
Yes.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Miss
Affirmation.
Roumeliotis first.
Affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Ms. Roumeliotis, commencing with you, could you please state your full name for the Commission?
Violet Roumeliotis.
Your address is known to the Commission. You are the Chief Executive Officer of Settlement Services International, or SSI, correct?
Yes.
You have prepared a witness statement dated 24 August 2026.
Yes, I have. Yes.
Is that witness statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Commissioner, I tender that witness statement with ID stat.899.001.0688, and I...
Yes, that statement will be admitted.
And Commissioner, I also tender the submission of SSI to the annexed to that statement with ID sub.0001.001.6803.
Yes, well, the annexure will also be admitted as an exhibit.
Ms. Agha, could you please state your name for the Commission?
Yama Agha.
Your address is known to the Commission. You are the General Manager of Newcomers, Settlement and Integration at SSI, correct?
Correct.
You have prepared a witness statement dated 24 August 2026, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that witness statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, correct.
Commissioner, I tender that witness statement with ID stat.899.0001.0689.
Yes, that statement will be admitted.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Roumeliotis, turning back to you, I understand you are a graduate of the Australian Institute of Company Directors, is that correct?
That is correct.
You have been the Chief Executive Officer of SSI for 14 years.
Yes.
SSI now has a workforce of more than 1,200 people, is that right?
Yes.
You have a background of 40 years leadership in organisations that provide human services and address inequality, is that correct?
It is.
What led to your interest in this type of work?
My parents' story, they're Greek immigrants. They arrived in the mid-1950s. I grew up in Western Sydney and I saw community coming together, my parents building a business and building community, but I saw lost potential in many different ways, particularly for the women in my extended family. And I think I grew up just with a passion that I would like to work in social justice to ensure that everybody has lives the life that they want to live. And that's inspired me for the 40 years I've been doing this work.
Thank you. And Ms. Agha, you have held the role of General Manager, Newcomers, Settlement and Integration for SSI since 2018 and have worked at SSI for 15 years, is that correct?
Correct.
In your current role, I understand you lead all settlement programs operating at SSI, is that right?
Right.
And I understand that SSI works with about 20,000 refugees each year across a number of programs, is that correct?
Correct.
You have a degree in sociology from the Lebanese University Institute of Social Sciences, is that right?
Right.
You originally migrated to Australia on a family and spouse visa?
Yes, correct.
And you have spent nearly 20 years supporting new arrivals to settle in Australia with a particular focus on women's rights and ensuring that people with lived experience have a meaningful role in shaping the services they receive. Is that correct?
Correct.
You have described your career as being driven by an interest in social justice, fairness, and making an impact through making changes to people's lives. Is that right?
Right.
What brought you to do this work, including for SSI?
As a migrant to Australia, I was driven by my own experience and by the interest for social justice and helping people. I arrived in Australia as a migrant and trying to find my way in Australia and understand the system. That was one of the drivers as well, to make sure that help people to feel that they belong and they know what to do in Australia.
Thank you, Ms. Agha. Turning back to you, Ms. Roumeliotis, could you please tell me about SSI at a high level?
SSI is a national not-for-profit that has been well established in the year 2000. We started life as a refugee resettlement provider. Over time, our expertise in working with people from diverse backgrounds, cultural and linguistic, served as the foundation for a gradual broadening into other social services and human services. Now, as well as those on humanitarian visas, we work with a wider group of migrants, children, families, people living with disability, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, and the LGBTQI+ communities as well. We've supported more than 53,000 people through almost 60 programs, community-based programs nationally. Our predominant footprint is on the east coast of Australia, and the work has given us a deep experience in building trust and connecting people with mainstream institutions, services and opportunities that help them thrive. So we see social cohesion from a very practical perspective. We see the things that help people feel they belong, but also the barriers that can leave people feeling excluded, and that's what we do focus on.
Thank you. I'll return to that topic of social cohesion a little later. One of the first programs you mentioned, which I believe dates back to SSI's origins, is the refugee settlement program. Ms. Agha, given your role, I might ask you to explain what that settlement program involves.
The humanitarian settlement program involves welcoming people when they arrive at the airport, when they arrive on a humanitarian visa. And we start working with them, starting from picking up from the airport, providing orientation. We provide on-arrival accommodation, and we work with them to ensure that they are connected to different services. We also have a comprehensive structured orientation program. So each member of the family, they have case managers who work with them to support them through their settlement journey, to connect them to different services and support them to ensure that they are able to navigate the Australian system on their own. Orientation programs covers a number of different topics, including the law and culture in Australia, employment, education, feeling at home, connecting them to community services, and we support them to find their long-term accommodation. Then once they're able to basically access services on their own and navigate the system independently, then they exited from the program to another program.
You mentioned before matching participants with community members to assist those participants. You've described in the statement as working to build long-lasting cross-cultural connections between these people. Does that extend post the exit of the formal participation in the program, to your knowledge?
That's correct. In some of the community engagement programs or the value-added programs that we support refugees with, one of them is the Welcome program, which we match people with some community from the Australian community as ambassadors, so they can exchange experience, they can exchange knowledge and culture, and they get to know each other. So we kind of take people, for example, to different places, and we match them with some Australian, everyday Australian people. They build connections, so the newcomers, they get to understand the Australian culture, and the Australian people can understand the experience and the culture of the newcomers, and then they build connection and friendships that goes beyond, a few months or few years.
I understand that SSI also operates programs including a community hub. Could you explain what that community hub program is?
Community Hubs is a funded program as well that we deliver in a number of different schools. It's for parents who have children under the age of 5 before they go to actual school. So the program basically supports parents with young children to connect with each other, provide education, social connection, and it's a soft entry to different programs and activities to build connection, to build confidence, and to support people with their children before they go to school. It looks at child development and different things for children, but also it's an opportunity for parents to connect together and to build their confidence and connection in the community.
What changes or impacts have you seen through either parents connecting through the community hub or the cross-cultural connections you spoke about a little earlier?
A few things that we've learned through some of the programs we have, that, the first initial relationships really matter. Relationships between people, it's difficult for social cohesion to be from top down. It grows through repeated positive interactions between people. And also the place matters. So when you have places like a school or a sports club or something like that, people come together and they build these connections through a very informal way, and they continue with this. Then also the participation is more likely to feel real, and when people are provided with genuine opportunities to connect and to feel that they have the opportunity to contribute socially, culturally, civically, and economically.
Thank you. Turning to social cohesion, which you mentioned earlier, Ms. Roumeliotis, SSI in its submission contended that the Commission presents a major opportunity to clearly define what social cohesion means and what it should reflect in the Australian context. Would you be able to elaborate on that?
Yes. Well, we tend to think about social cohesion as something that is that you constantly needs to be considered and debated and discussed. It's not a static thing, but at this time, we think about social cohesion as collective belonging, whether people feel recognised as part of Australia's national story and feel they have an equal stake in our future. For us, it's not simply whether different communities peacefully coexist, it's whether people can participate fully in economic, social, civic and cultural life, as Yama spoke to some of the programs, because so much of the work that we do is around social cohesion, bridging and bonding and systems change. And a simple way that I guess we describe it is social cohesion is the outcome, collective belonging is the goal, and equality and inclusion are the pathway. And that also shifts some of the responsibility away from asking individuals to simply fit in. We do believe that integration is a two-way process. Society and community changes as different people come into it and impact positively. We need our institutions and our systems to make it possible for everyone to participate and belong. And we firmly believe that we need to invest as a society, government, civil society, institutions, and we need to build. It doesn't just happen, spontaneously, social cohesion.
I understand that you contend that a positive reimagining of social cohesion is only one part of the picture, and as you've just said, in terms of what else is needed, there must be systems which assist to confront racism and the systems that perpetuate it. Could you expand on the role you see for those structural roles?
Okay, so our submission proposes 5 broad areas that we think would address issues around racism more broadly, because we do believe that the key barrier to social cohesion is racism. And our approach is to address conditions that allow racism to take hold rather than treating it purely as a standalone issue. So we focus on building belonging and connection between communities, empowering people to understand and exercise their rights, and strengthening the systems and organisations around them to recognise and respond to racism. We do it in a number of different ways, through a number of the programs, some of them that Yama spoke to, the community hubs or the World of Culture, where we bring intercultural opportunities. And we also have a program called the Rights Path Project, and our settlement capacity building work there helps people understand their rights, how to navigate systems and advocate for themselves when they actually, experience it. Sorry. What we're promoting is that we believe that establishing locally led listening roundtables with diaspora, faith and community groups, not as one-off consultations though, but as an ongoing way of building relationships and trust. That's a really important way, and those operating in local communities and neighbourhoods where people live and work is critical. Establishing a Social Cohesion Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, representing different faith and diaspora communities, and giving them a direct mechanism to raise emerging issues with government. Because one of the things that we do here very regularly is that many communities, whether they're well established, like the Indian or Asian, and the newly emerging communities, for example, feel that their voices are not heard. So this would be a really strong mechanism, we believe. And strengthening Australia's social infrastructure of belonging, particularly settlement infrastructure. Those social infrastructure plays such a pivotal role in providing opportunities and places where people can come and receive support and services and interact with others.
Can I pause there? Yeah. I might come to some of these other recommendations, but there's a few questions arising out of what you've said so far. You mentioned a short while ago listening roundtables. Is that something that SSI has convened or participated in before?
We have. During COVID, we did that very frequently, where we would convene online, of course, opportunities to meet with community leaders, to relate to us what they're hearing and seeing on the ground. We were able to then take that information and pass it on to local governments that were relevant or state government. We were able to also provide information back into the community around vaccination, around safe hubs where they could come and get vaccinated or pick up food packages if they required them, or any other support if people were suffering from mental health challenges or feeling very isolated. They were a very powerful way of listening directly to what the key issues were for those community members.
The roundtables you propose as a recommendation to the Commission for addressing social cohesion, do you propose that they be convened by community organisations such as SSI, or that local or state or other forms of government would also have a seat at the table in those roundtables?
I believe that it would be critical to have a number of an ecosystem of organisations to be involved. However, I think that organisations that are place-based, multicultural or community would be well placed to do it, because they have spaces where people can come that they are aware of, they can travel to easily by public transport, they're accessible. But also it's important to involve government, local members. I think MPs will play a really important role in like town halls in their neighbourhoods and in their local areas, because they can also hear directly what our communities are saying. That's really important. And then consider designing with community how you would address those challenges that we're hearing, particularly if they are to do with a sense of social cohesion being challenged.
You mentioned also a short time ago that various groups felt as though they hadn't been heard by the government. In your statement, you refer to inclusive leadership, which must start with listening. Could you explain what you mean by government role modelling inclusive leadership through listening?
Yes, we find that government of all levels, in particular Commonwealth and state, design programs in isolation. They do not consult. If they do consult, it is when material decisions have been made about program design and approach. And quite often, particularly with diverse communities, there are so many factors that need to be considered so that the program or the approach is relevant and addresses the needs and the challenges that those communities have, and it provides. So we need design programs that have had people with lived experience actually be part of that.
I understand that there are various communities which SSI has described as hard to reach, but you say that SSI is an organisation that can reach some of those communities to bring their voices to the table. Perhaps Ms. Agha, are you able to elaborate on how SSI is able to reach some of those communities?
So as we mentioned, we have our workforce is very diverse, and many of our workforce are connected to the communities. We also place-based in so many different areas. So our offices, our staff, and our programs are place-based and accessible to different communities. We have regular meetings with different communities and community groups that will allow us to reach many of the communities and the groups.
Thank you. And
can I please just add something to that?
Yes, please do.
I think the key element for this is trust, that there is trust. Those caseworkers, they're bilingual, bicultural, or even Anglo background, but they've developed a relationship. And so immediately people will participate, or you pique their interest. They'll make that effort to come or to provide feedback on things. I think that element of trust is very important.
Thank you. I might turn back to the various recommendations that you had for the Commission, Mr. Roumeliotis. It might assist to put that framework on the screen. Can I bring that up? The doc ID is sub.0001.001.6803 at page 0003. Thank you. Can you see that, Mr. Roumeliotis and Ms. Agha?
Yes.
Yes.
I can.
Great. We've touched on several of these already. The first pillar is national leadership on social cohesion and collective belonging, which we have addressed. Pillar 2 focuses on trust, again, which is a matter that we have touched on already. One of those is the round table recommendation discussed earlier. Pillar 3 focuses on strengthening cultural responsiveness. You say that people form their sense of belonging through encounters with schools, hospitals, police, transport systems, workplaces and public services. And you've given evidence that when these interactions are dismissive, discriminatory or uninformed, that trust you spoke of earlier can quickly erode. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And to that end, as I understand Pillar 3, the recommendations are focused on education, training and data collection. Is that right?
Yes, it's very important.
Pillar 4 concerns enhancing community safety and participation. The recommendations involve the establishment of 2 funds. The first is a community safety fund. Could you briefly explain to the Commissioner what that community safety fund would involve?
Well, the Community Safety Fund would be targeting communities facing heightened hate-related risks. This support would extend to all faith-based and ethno-specific organisations facing elevated risks of racially or religiously motivated safety harm, harassment or intimidation. We hear stories every day of people who don't feel confident to leave their home. They feel they'll be targeted, or utilising public transport, they feel unsafe. So I think that really is impacting on the lives, particularly of young people and young women. So eligible funding would be able to cover physical security upgrades, for example, at people's places of worship, or social, cultural or sporting facilities that they might be, visiting. And I think the funding could also cover cyber and digital security, volunteer training, for example, in emergency preparedness and incident response, crisis communications and security coordination for major events. And people come together in outdoor areas. And of course, there's a heightened sense now of fear following what happened in Bondi. And the allocation should be risk-based and available to all communities experiencing credible threats, rather than just limited to a small number of groups. And also establishing a community participation fund to strengthen local trust, connection and belonging. Most social cohesion is built close to home, in sporting clubs and schools and community centres, libraries, places of worship. Libraries in particular are really important places for our communities, parks and local events. And these settings create everyday opportunities for connection that national campaigns cannot replicate. So funding should support community participation, connection and expression through these sort of initiatives, and like festivals, sporting clubs, storytelling projects, interfaith dialogue, which we used to do a lot more as communities a few years ago, and we really need to reintroduce that again. They're very powerful because in terms of interfaith, we find what we have in common, and that's what's important here. There are lots of differences, but as Australians, we have a lot in common.
Do you have any sense of why that such interfaith dialogue has dropped off in recent years?
I believe there became a complacency because I know as when you consider globally what's happening, Australia, I think we've been quite a lucky country in that we don't have, the hate crimes and, a lot of terror attacks. Unfortunately, we had the Bondi attack, which is horrific. But I think we were complacent that we're quite safe and okay. And so these sort of connections and this work, that's why I talked earlier about we need to invest and build. It just doesn't happen. So I think this is what happened. We became complacent, and Bondi reminded us that we should be working at this every day, because unfortunately there are people and organisations working actively and want division and hatred, unfortunately. So we need to be countering that.
Thank you. The final pillar of these recommendations refers to a whole of society prevention-led response. Your submissions note that a prevention-led response recognises that hate incidents and social fragmentation are often symptoms of deeper structural issues, such as inequality, isolation, racism, weak trust in institutions, and a lack of meaningful participation. I won't go through each of the recommendations individually, but I was interested in the recommendation to fully implement the Multicultural Framework Review and the National Anti-Racism Framework. Would you be able to expand on your reasons for this recommendation?
Well, we believe that both frameworks are really holistic approaches to enabling social cohesion and addressing the root causes of social division. There was extensive consultation around both those frameworks. So many people, of course, through government level, 3 levels of government, but community very broadly were engaged through our schools, through our community organisations, and tackling racism and strengthening social cohesion is a whole of society effort. And I think that those frameworks really nailed it in terms of what we need to do. Social cohesion cannot be built through crisis response alone. We really need frameworks that looks at sustained action, that addresses the underlying drivers, of course, of racism and division, rather than just simply responding after incidents occur. So extensive consultation with communities across Australia, their practical recommendations for whole of government and whole of society. It's not just government's responsibility for us to all tackle racism. And this approach and these frameworks really lay out strong recommendations and plans on how we can strengthen inclusion, participation and opportunity for all our population through education, through our workplaces, where we socialise, or across all aspects of life. It's relevant, very relevant to all of us.
Thank you, Ms. Roumeliotis and Ms. Agha. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Yes. Thank you both very much for your attendance and your evidence. You are now both excused, and I will adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Commissioner.